Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to the Be Weird broadcast. Holy cow, you made it. We made it. It's the end of the weekend. Oh god, it's the end of the week. No, I gotta go to school tomorrow and do work. Oh shit. But geez, golly gee, it's a Be Weird broadcast. That's gonna be fun. I spent this morning gathering a bunch of good material, a bunch of sources. I'm really feeling funny today because there's nothing more ridiculous than like having the trucker convoy and Ukraine fighting for freedom just put side by side, and we're just gonna maybe just bounce between the two stories just constantly throughout the day, just to make our lives that much more joyful. Or maybe it's more that like the Ukraine situation is so serious, we just need a constant infusion of like comedic relief, just like keep coming back to the same funny shit, and then like all right, trucker convoy silly, let's go back to, you know, the serious stuff. Let's learn about the world. But how you doing? How's it going, loud tyrant youth? How's everybody feeling? You guys got coffee? It's like a muggy ass day. It's spring, but like all the melty gooey part is spring, you know, like all the snowbanks are turning into icky puddles of dirt and dog poo. It's awful. But I'm super excited for tonight. I'm pumped up. We got ourselves so much freedom. Freedom, as they say. I'm curious to see in any of the American footage how they say freedom. You know, is it freedom? You know, more like emphasis on the dumb part or on the free part. So I'm really curious to see if there's like some, you know, cultural overlap there. I'm loving my emote riddled loading screen. Sorry it takes me so long. I like lost half my audience just like trying to get on, just to try to get my shit correct. All right, so we got ourselves some background music. We got ourselves some good vibes. We got our YouTube up. We got our Twitter up. We got our Twitch up. Let's go. First thing, I think we are gonna start off on a pretty, oh geez, pretty heavy note, everybody. It's gonna be cool though. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be totally fine. But oh, that was the other thing. Not me reading your pronunciation as freedom. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it's still a story. I missed a lot of the court stuff, like what happened with Pat King. So I feel really uneducated, and you know, it's a Canadian story, so I want to be really on top of it. But Ukraine has just been such a constant affair. Like it's almost impossible to not think about Ukraine right now. There's so many Ukrainians in Canada that are like feeling it. So yeah, I really do want to kind of keep my eye on it. There's like this thing I'm really struggling with in my own life, like an infatuation effect. Has anyone like struggled with this or noticed it in themselves, where like you'll get infatuated with someone or something, you'll spend weeks or months almost like obsessed, and then something will happen, and only in reflection you'll be like, oh wait, whatever happened to that thing? Whatever happened to that thing that I was just like consumed with for weeks and months? Like I completely forgot about it. And I found like that's happened with me. It happened with like singing, or it happened with judo. You know, you hit certain walls that are just a bit intense. So I'm hoping the same thing doesn't happen with Ukraine. There isn't like an infatuation effect. It's why you've been sleeping funny. Yo, you and me both. I was up at 5 this morning and was like, yeah, slept until 5, you know, like on a Sunday. So, I mean, literally did not stream Saturday because I was up at 3 in the morning. Wide awake, eyes wide open, just like, all right, I guess I'm making coffee and reading the news and playing some Elden Ring for the next 8 hours because life is weird. But no, yeah, the reason I'm not jumping into the news, I'm going to say this at the beginning and at the end. There's a poetry slam this Sunday, everybody, in Montreal. Holy cow, a poetry slam. You've been called a simp? Aw. Yo, Momo, how's it going? Good morning. How you doing? Yeah, yo, it's tonight. You gotta come. It's gonna be I think it's gonna be a really fucking good night. I think it's gonna be pumping. There's a yo, it's gonna be so good. We got a professor of literature coming in, and I think he's gonna be doing maybe some French and Spanish, Anglo Franco Spaniel. So I gotta like practice my Spanish. ¿Cuántos personas hablas español aquí? That's like the only sentence I have ready for tonight. How many Spanish speakers in the house? You know, because I gotta know like how many Anglophones, Francophones, Spanglophones, Espanophones. How do we say that? Help me. Help me here. So poetry slam tonight, theater St. Catherine. It's a late one, but it's gonna be riotous. 9:30. It's where poets are gonna go up, ready to butcher some French. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna be hosting in broken French. You know, like fully showing to the audience how deeply flawed of an individual I am. I just remember a guy in my class calling himself stupid for 2 years straight in Spanish. Yo es estúpido. Yeah, okay. All right. That's cool. It's a beautiful language though. If you learn a bit of French or if you learn Spanish, like they're so close. I know French. I should be able to learn Spanish. It's so close. It's so close. It's within my fingertips. I was like dating this girl by text, which is not really dating. It's the illusion of dating. And we never got like our first date off because like Christmas, she went back to Mexico. So I literally had like a girlfriend in Mexico for a few months. It was so fucking lame. And I'm learning Spanish. Yo, estupito. Fucking Christ. You're like, honey, please stop. You're embarrassing yourself right now. You're embarrassing yourself. Yeah. So this chick I was texting with for months, I'm learning Spanish, and it fell off really hard because she just like randomly was like, oh yeah, I'm dating someone else now. Okay, sorry, put that by. I was like, oh, why did you ask to text me for months on end just to fucking go date someone else? It was brutal. So my Spanish fell off. It was just like, oh, I was doing all that Spanish learning for this cute Latina chick, and now I got all these bad vibes with it, but it's like this beautiful, beautiful language. So, goddamn. So that's my Spanish story. It's really a romance language, let me tell you. Okay, so we're at a really nice high. I wanted to kind of like pump you all up, make you feel kind of like excited for the news, because we're about to hit a real fucking low, okay? Like, engines have blown up, or engines have got geese caught in them, and we are nosediving, okay? Are you ready, everybody? We're about to nosedive. Wee! Look, Ma, no hands. Wee! Wait, am I muted? Bro, really? Bro, really? What the fuck? How did that happen? Oh, when I I switched. When I switched, everybody. Oh my God, when I switched. Okay, I'm still learning. You know, like my brain's broken. I'm excited, but that doesn't mean I'm doing a good job. Okay. Uh. So I was talking about this fucked up story. Of course, Russian forces bomb art school where 400 people were taking shelter in Mariupol, which is fucked, completely fucked. Oh my God, yeah, Lautaren Youth is like literally the only person saving my sorry ass. Um, yeah, everyone makes streaming look so easy, but really, there's little details, little things that'll trip you up. But enough about that. More importantly, this information hasn't been like verified, so fingers crossed. You know, it didn't really happen. And there's apparently shades of Srebrenica, which is I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what. Oh. It was during the Bosnian War. A lot of people were killed. Ugh.
The success or otherwise of Russia's attempt to try and capture a lot of these cities?
Well, I think what we've seen over the last week, 10 days or so, that the original Russian scheme of maneuver, which was to have had this lightning strike, which has clearly failed, down from Belarus to Kyiv, and then a rather more measured operation in the south, trying to create a land corridor between Crimea through the Donbass to Russia. In the south, they've been more successful, but my goodness, much slower than they had anticipated. And of course, reports which we've seen over the last 24, 36 hours would seem to indicate that the port city of Mariupol is now about to fall.
Ooh, yeah, I've seen some pretty dangerous, or like some footage of what was it? It was like a sign being changed at a government building and like a Russian flag being put up. Always a bad sign.
And this means that the link between Crimea through the Donbass to Russia has now been achieved. But if you put it in the wider context of the fact that better part of a month has gone along, and the Russians haven't made the progress that they thought they were going to, they've now had to resort to this appalling tactic of a war of attrition, circling towns and cities and shelling them, and creating a phenomenal number of civilian casualties, contrary to all the norms of war. And when we talk about Putin and others being indicted for war crimes, that's absolutely right. It was, to my mind, hearing what was going on in Mariupol, I thought there were shades of Srebrenica in 1995. And many Serb leaders were indicted as war criminals for what had happened at Srebrenica. I think Mariupol is going to come into the same category.
Wow. Holy
Can
shit.
I ask you about the use of...
There is honestly something so deeply messed up of how, like, fog of war aside and misinformation, hybrid war aside, it is insane that we can like see or have some visibility into like a war-torn region. And we had that, well, I guess like Syria and Afghanistan, you had some footage, but it was never like this.
Of various different types of weapons. Thermobaric.
That feeling that the internet is insane, like you can just find anything. That happened to me when I was watching the Maidan, the Euromaidan revolution in Ukraine, and there was footage of them taking over the square and putting up barricades. And this one picture, I'll see if I can find it. Oh my God, Euromaidan image. It was this guy had a gas mask on. Where was it? Oh man, there's like some really intense images that came out of the Euromaidan protests. Yeah, there it is. Found it. Oh my God. This was when I felt like, wow, the internet is insane. Like, how can I see this? Why do I? This is something out of a movie. I remember seeing this image 2014 and just being like, okay, all right, I got to get good at like understanding internet and like how this all works. Get some more wrinkles in my brain. Okay, back to Brits.
We've talked about before, but the suggestion is...
Yeah, that's a real photo. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. That was when I was like, yo, Ukrainians are... That was my first introduction to Ukraine. That was when I looked it up on the map for the first time, said the words for the first time, learned about the Ukraine versus Ukraine and Kyiv versus Kiev. So it's part of the reason I've been able to like talk about this issue so readily with at least a tiny amount of background information. And it was because like I was so tapped into the Euromaidan revolution. It was fucking crazy.
Is that the Russians have used hypersonic missiles. What are they, and what does that indicate about what they're doing?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, they are high-tech weapons. Hypersonic one, it can move extraordinarily fast, many times faster than conventional weapons, and they're almost impossible to track and detect and destroy mid-flight, which is the significant part about it. But it's an interesting comment on the lack of progress, the lack of success that the Russians are having using their more conventional weapons, that they've had to revert to experimental weapons like hypersonic weapons and
there's also been like I think accusations of vacuum bombs. We had a Ukrainian in the chat who's saying something to that, or I think we just came across that, but I think he tipped us off. Yeah, apparently you can use vacuum bombs, but not on certain targets, and that's where things are getting a little war crimey.
Barbaric weapons. And again, it's almost shades of 1944, 1945, when Hitler was telling his people that we'll eventually succeed because we've got jet aircraft, we've got V2 bombers and all the rest of it, V2 rockets. And this is a sign of desperation. And Putin, he clearly believed the hype of his own generals. He believed the capability of the Russian armed forces, which has proved, frankly, pretty woeful, that they haven't been able to make more progress. And again, it speaks volumes for the determination of the Ukrainian armed forces and their local defense force volunteers, that they've managed to hold off a significant army of supposedly some combat capability and experience, held them off for the better part of a month.
So there was, I think one thing that we tend to forget about like war and stuff, especially since we learn it through like the lens of history, is that we collapse and oversimplify so much of like the content. There's this YouTube series called The Great War, and I think they have another one for the Second World War, another channel. But essentially they went through the war week by week as the information comes, like as people were learning about it. And one of the things that's most fascinating about this series is that like you don't know that it's a war that's happening. Like you don't even realize that that's like kind of the thing that's emerging. It doesn't appear that way at first. We're like in the Wikipedia section, events leading up to. So like there might be sort of a real inflection point in the historical record, and we don't know. We're like heading up towards it. So yeah, not good. Not good, everybody. This is another source on the same story. Ukrainian art school sheltering 400 residents in Mariupol hit by Russian bomb, the city council says. We'll just check out the key points. Zelenskyy said Russia has not collected the bodies of its dead in some places. A Mariupol police officer said the city had been, quote, wiped off the face of the earth. And I think I actually came across that clip itself. Yeah, here we go. Mariupol's policeman addresses Zelenskyy and world leaders from the front line. The city's been in blockade since day one and is currently a center of humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. Some Reddit thread.
Пошло. Меня зовут Вершинин Михаил.
We're so spoiled with information. Yeah. We live in the information age, as it's been said, like ever since like the internet really stopped being embryonic and started being like part of industry and commerce and all the things. And so like that's why so many good jobs is about being able to move within this era and being able to consume and produce good information. And like the real risk is like becoming trapped or being like, let's say I think trapped is the right word, by like some disinformation community or a community of like conspiracy theorists or whatever. Like it's really easy to poison your thinking process. And the problem there is that you can start building bad ideas on bad ideas on bad ideas, and you can get to some really dangerous spaces. And the whole way there, you have people who are your friends, you meet a lot of good people along the way, and so you feel like you're getting somewhere good. And so I feel like that's the real thing that, I don't know, like our educational systems have to sort of focus on and like help kids adapt to, is like how to swim in this ocean better, you know, find good currents versus bad currents.
Я патрульный полицейский. Господин президент, ваша страна сделала...
Ken Burns' Vietnam doc was like 10 hours long. Yeah, my brother kept telling me, you gotta watch Ken Burns, man. You gotta watch Ken Burns. I'm like, oh God, no, oh God, no, please, no. Give me Adam Curtis. I won't do Ken. I don't know. I actually haven't watched like 5 minutes of Ken Burns. I just know that it's well done. It's well done. So it's gonna be, yeah, exactly. If something's well done, it's gonna be, yeah, exactly. Just like, oh God, oh geez, World War III. Trying not to be a doomer in my 30s at this point is very hard.
Слишком много для того, чтобы в Украине была настоящая полиция, чтобы мы могли ей гордиться. Господин президент.
You know what's crazy to me? He looks like an American police officer.
Делайте так, чтобы Мариуполь выжил. Нам нужны системы ПВО. Не маленькие ракеты, которые не работают на самолеты агрессора. Нам нужны нормальные системы ПВО. Мы не знаем точно, останемся ли мы живы, когда вы будете смотреть это обращение. Вы знаете, что такая судьба может быть у каждого города Украины. У каждого. Под завалами гибнут дети.
Yeah, except he's militarized for like good reason.
Старики, они не могут потом выехать. Они сидят 23 дня без воды и света.
That's crazy.
Если вы
What do you do with
обещаете
no water and
помощь,
electricity
пожалуйста,
for 20 days? There's like a fire in
выполните
the
свои
background.
обещания. Господа, решающие судьбу мира.
I think this is a
Сейчас
few days ago.
Украина – это та страна, которая показывает всем силу и мощь маленького государства, которое борется с таким монстром, как Россия. Не позволяйте им уничтожать нас. Все в ваших силах. Дайте нам системы ПВО.
Oh God.
Все.
Like a phys ed teacher? Yeah, he looks buff. Yeah, not good, everybody. Even the Pope is against it. And you know where to find the best views on morality. It's the Catholic Church, everybody. Good thing we have such a moral thought leader like the Pope to tell us that war bad. Does he call out Putin? He has denounced Russia's. Yeah, cruel and sacrilegious inhumanity. Too bad Russia doesn't give a shit about your church. Aren't they Eastern Orthodox? Yeah, of course. Again this week, missiles, bombs rain down on the elderly, children, and pregnant mothers, the Pope said. And I feel great pain for those who don't even have the chance to escape. The Pope said that above all, defenseless life should get respected and protected, not eliminated. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I mean, cool. Pope seems pretty based. Pope seems like he's got it figured out. I like that. Okay, let's try to lighten the mood ever so slightly and check in with just a bit what's going on with the American protests. This is a few days ago. This morning, truckers deliberately blocked a Tesla on the freeway in a failed attempt to make a citizen's arrest. Okay, all right. Okay. It's definitely a bunch of trucks stopped. Not able to get out. That's a Tesla.
I don't know. That's him driving away right there.
Yeah,
So he got away?
I saw that.
Oh, okay.
I was the truck that had him up against the rail.
Okay, we're live here, so
Oh.
watch your language and stuff.
Oh, wait, what? Did you just admit to criming? Did she just admit to criming? To false imprisonment?
Got the wrong driver.
Reckless endangerment with a vehicle? It looks like they're truly ruining this man's life.
That's him driving away right there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, okay.
I was the truck that had him up against the rail.
Okay, we're live here, so
Oh.
watch your language and stuff.
Again, please.
Rail.
Okay, we're live here, so
Oh.
Oh. Oh. So good. So good. Convoy bullies meet their match in DC. Look at this, everybody. Look. What are they gonna do? Oh no, they're being. Oh God, he's going so slow. He's going so fucking slow. Look at this fucking guy. Who does he think he is, driving so slow in the middle of the street? What is this? Oh, they're trying to capture the opposition, Momo. He's trying to speak to Tesla. He's like programming his car, putting out oil slick. But yeah, look at this fucking asshole on the bike. Bikers are the most privileged people on the planet. Look at that asshole. He's barely. This isn't even an uphill. Although it's windy. It's pretty windy. Oh man, those trucks don't sound too bad. What do you think would make someone do such a thing? Why would you do that? What sane citizen? Oh wait, this is a different location? This looks like DC as well. Oh, what the fuck? Guys, what's going on with these bikers? We need to shut it all down and find out what the hell is going on with these lone bikers. What is it? It's not even a protest. You can't protest on your own. What is this bullshit? Here, let's talk to the guy and find out what his reasons are.
Hey, what are you doing?
What is this guy doing?
You got a bunch of trucks behind you. You got a bunch of trucks behind you. What? You got a bunch of trucks behind you. Oh, it's too loud, huh? Okay.
Did you catch that? I can't hear it.
You got a bunch of trucks behind you.
What?
What? You got a bunch of trucks behind you.
I don't think
Oh, it's too loud, huh? Okay.
What a fucking asshole. He can't hear them? What his baby ears can't handle a little bit of truck horns? Huh? Look at this soy boy biker. This is the dumbest timeline. Oh god. March 19th. Yeah, holy shit. Victoria police restrict vehicle access to BC legislature ahead of planned convoy protest. What?
To Vancouver Island now, where Victoria police are restricting vehicle access at the BC legislature in preparation for a planned convoy protest. Only local vehicles will be allowed access into the James Bay neighborhood tomorrow afternoon, as police expect lots of out-of-town protesters. Organizers of the self-proclaimed Freedom Convoy look to run a similar demonstration that occupied the downtown streets of...
We have the I want freedom and please save our children at the same time. Yo, the save our children stuff is scary though, because QAnon has successfully figured out how to adapt to big tech censorship, where their groups keep getting clapped, and so they've adapted by creating groups that are like save the children or for our children, and it's innocuous because there's also groups that are like that, like normal pro-life groups. You don't know what QAnon is, to be honest. If you ever want like a good, it's something, if you don't know about, that's a good thing. It's making its way into Canada. A lot of people who like are PPC lovers would be into QAnon, but the thing to watch is Into the Storm. No, what the fuck? QAnon, right? Yeah, Into the Storm. This documentary just that came out last year. It's on HBO, so unless you have figure out how to get there. Can I just pull up the wiki or the IMDb? This was awesome, and the documentarian successfully figured out who Q was, who was like doing the thing, and TLDR, it's fucking an offshoot of /B, of course. And if you don't know what /B is, that's great. Keep it that way. Yeah, so this is quite the riot. Quite the riot. We won't watch the trailer, but we will finish this video. Yeah, it's even worse than that. It's like an offshoot, like Gelburu or something like that. I can't even remember, like some fucking weird.
Ottawa for weeks.
This is meant to prevent the use of motor vehicles.
Fucking Chad over here. Yo, am I in a... Dude, look at this guy. Look at his lips. He's a fucking Ken doll.
To impact our ability to provide a environment for a safe, peaceful, and lawful protest.
The dude like eats gobstoppers for breakfast. Absolute Chad. McIntyre? Oh my god.
Safe, peaceful, and lawful protest.
Chad McIntyre with the glasses. You know that like he's wearing the glasses because he's secretly Superman, right? Like this is all just a ruse, you know? You calm and mannered, mild-mannered Chad McIntyre at the Victoria Police Department. It's like secretly fucking Superman. Yeah, no, seriously, dude.
Peaceful and lawful protest.
No, thank fuck, right? Like that's what you want.
Police say the vehicle restrictions will remain in place, quote, as long as required to ensure public safety and to facilitate an environment for safe, peaceful, and lawful protest.
Okay, we're starting to head back into darkness and all the badness of the world. Toronto Star did an interesting. This is like our segue. Toronto Star had an interesting opinion piece out. Don't like Russia sanctions? You probably don't like COVID-19 vaccines either. A disturbing connection between vaccine resistance and attitudes towards Russia's invasion of Ukraine have been unearthed in polling by Ecos Research. Oh, wait, what? Where's my link? Where's my linky? Where's my linky? It will be published this weekend. Okay, so we're still waiting for it. Okay, cool. So we got an advanced copy. No one has yet invented a vaccine against disinformation about Russia's assault on Ukraine. So what I'm getting here, continue to live in confusion about QAnon. Yeah, Loud Tart Youth. Like, watch that HBO documentary if you're really interested in it. But it's there's this word that I keep coming back to called syncretism. The amalgamation or attempted amalgamation of different religions, cultures, or schools of thought. Interfaith dialogue can easily slip into syncretism, or the merging of different but that first one. So what's happening is people are just starting to melt together all these different conspiracy theories, because you maximize how many people you feel comfortable and safe with. It just keeps popping up, and I'm like big confused. And someone else's chat was like, "Send me down." Yeah, exactly. That's the only way it's gonna work out. Which is part why like my source, which is the HBO documentary, because it's fucking so well done. You'll finish it and be like, "Oh, now I get it. I know what QAnon is," without having to do a lot of the work of forum diving and parsing out this person's version of events versus that person's version of events. But essentially, people are cooking their brains online with syncretism, with conspiracy theories melting together into a river of thought that is just poisoning the well. Yeah. I would be even more vague, Momo. Like it's just so, because some of it is people who are normal who get caught up in the save the youth, save the children, and they join a Facebook group, and now are they QAnon? Kind of, not really, right? Doesn't sound that bad then. I like that because I don't want to end up in weird land. I just keep hearing it. This is like me trying to make sense of the pieces of the Geneva Convention. Oh God, yeah, exactly, right? Like if you want to understand what the Geneva Convention is, you kind of like go take a history course or watch a history video or something, and like, do some reading, because, read a book. So nowadays is still a thing. But usually like people are like cherry picking very specific things because it's based on their context, which they're arguing about. You can get into a lot of If you don't have the background information, it's easy to get led by the nose along a lot of really different like, things. Exactly. Yeah. So if you find like a really good source, like Adam Curtis, who is able to sort of give good explanations, you can sort of then approach these conversations with a bit more confidence, and then you won't feel so the JFK Jr. return, honestly, amazing, Kraus. Like I love that shit so much. It's bonkers. But okay, all right, let's focus on this. I'm really interested in this topic because for like the past 5-6 years, I've had the thought that education is becoming a national security issue. Just not having people capable of a critical media literacy is resulting in like national security breaches and stuff. Okay, no one has yet invented a vaccine against disinformation about Russia's assault on Ukraine. That's probably just as well, because the most needy recipients of a shot against disinformation wouldn't likely roll up their sleeves for one anyway. This disturbing connection between vaccine resistance and attitudes towards Russia's invasion of Ukraine have been unearthed in the latest wave of polling by Ecos Research. Frank Graves, head of Ecos, calls it, quote, astonishing, complex, and insidious. They're like Big Strange. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They've made Big Strange their identity, and then they found their people who are also like, yeah, JFK Jr. is coming back. Yeah, let's spend thousands of dollars to go wait on a bridge in the pouring rain. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great, everybody. Okay, Frank Graves tested people's views on the Ukraine crisis. Here, let me just blow this up. Graves tested people's views on the Ukraine crisis last week and then sorted the replies according to their vaccination status. What he found was that the more opposed people were to getting vaccinated, the more sympathetic their views were toward Russia, a notorious purveyor of disinformation itself. Ooh, interesting. Respondents with 3 or more doses of COVID vaccine, such as me, for instance, were overwhelmingly in favor of sanctions against Russia and massively in agreement that Russia was currently committing war crimes against Ukrainians. There it is, folks. There's nothing more clear to me that the vaccines are all giving us mind thoughts that make us hate Russia. So Bill Gates clearly has successfully indoctrinated us with his magic COVID vaccines, his Russia-phobic vaccines. Who would have saw it coming? He chipped us all. On the question of sanctions and war crimes, the percentage of triple vaccinated people, you hear that? They're already segregating us into the triple vax versus the double vax. Wake up, sheeple. The percentage of triple vaccinated people taking a tough stand on Russia was in the realm of 80 to 90%. Wow. Among those who've been refusing COVID vaccines, on the other hand, the opposite was true because they didn't get Brian Gates. I forgot his name. Fuck. Only 13% favored economic sanctions against Russia, and only 18% supported sending more military aid to Ukraine. Just 32% agreed that Russia was committing war crimes, compared to 88% for the triple vaxxed and 70% for those who have received 2 doses. What is happening? What is happening? It cannot be more clear. As you get... I'm fucking dying. Make it stop. You know why I'm freaking is because, I'm going to get clapped by YouTube again for spreading disinformation. Nope, Loud Tyrant Youth. That's not what's happening. The vaccines are programming people's brains. Look at the evidence. Look at the numbers. Wake up, sheeple. Oh, fuck. The poll conducted among an online panel of 1,035 adult Canadians between March 9th and March 13th is considered accurate within 3 percentage points, 19 times out of 20. It will be published online at the Ecos website this weekend. I cannot wait to read that shit. Graves believes we are seeing active disinformation at work. So where you guys think? Is this active disinformation at work, or are we getting blue chipped by Bill Gates? Where are you? Where do you fall on this? Can I do a poll? Okay, Okay. Chipped by Bill Gates or disinfo campaign? Where do you fall? Is it the Bill chip? Or is it disinfo? All right, there you go. Aw, you can't do polls unless I'm an affiliate? Oh, okay. Well, this is a good opportunity for me to remind you I'm not an affiliate on Twitch because I don't want to serve you ads. So you got to grow my channel so I can keep bringing you good content. Tell a friend, follow, like, subscribe on YouTube, all that jazz. I don't want to be no affiliate. I ain't joining Twitch unless they offer me partner, because that's where I see myself. That's the quality of content I provide everybody. Okay, spiel over. Ad over. Graves believes we are seeing active disinformation at work. It's the most plausible explanation, he told me on Friday, for how one segment of the population managed to transfer its suspicion of vaccination into skepticism about what's really going on in Ukraine. Quote, probably the most striking finding is just the rapidity with which this disinformation machine can pivot. You think it's disinfo, Simon? I don't know. Is Bill still keeping me up at night, lol? No, I keep Bill up at night. Loud tyrant youth. In other words, the same forces that were feeding people rubbish about vaccine mandates during the Ottawa occupation in February. So these two stories are weirdly related, everyone. I'm not just memeing. There is some fucking weird sausage between the fight for freedom here in Canada to truck unvaccinated into America to do a job, and the freedom in Ukraine, where people are huddling in art galleries and getting bombed by the Russians. Totally the same. I mean, it's always half and half, loud tyrant youth. I always want to be half memeing and half also like there's an element of truth there. Just because the best jokes are grounded in truth. Brackets. I would worry about insulting these people with words like rubbish and nonsense, except that the audience for this disinformation isn't likely to be reading The Star or any other mainstream media. Wow. That is fucking fighting words. What a way to alienate your audience. Any fence sitters, once they got to this line, absolutely closed the article. And like, oh, well, fine. You obviously look down upon us. Well, fuck you then. I'm not even going to bother. So he just lost every single fence sitter, and he's probably right. You know, it's probably a marginal audience, but not a good look. Pretty elitist, pretty white tower of you, my guy. I know you might know that because you check the stats, but don't admit that to your audience. What the fuck? Graves is still working on tracking the sources of disinformation, but he cites YouTube as one of the big culprits so far. You hear that, YouTube? So when you clap me for disinformation, you're hitting the wrong guy, man. I got the Bill Gates vaccine, okay? I have 88%, pro-Russia comments in my feed. I'm joking. Pro-Ukraine. I misspoke. Kate Graham, a former provincial Liberal leadership candidate in Ontario, was out knocking on doors in her hometown of London, Ontario last weekend, around the same time that Ecos was doing this latest polling. Graham posted an encounter she had with one woman at the door, who summarily dismissed what was going on in Ukraine as, quote, all fake. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I could take on YouTube. The woman then went on to offer her views on the convoy protest, Justin Trudeau and the media, because no one asked. I love this. The woman then went on to offer her views. No one asked her. She just starts talking about the convoy. No. We're talking about Ukraine. The subject is Ukraine. When Graham asked where the woman got her information, she cited, quote, the internet, TikTok, and Jogan. Stop with the, oh God, we got to shut it down. Graham wrote on Twitter about how the encounter stayed with her long after she left the doorstep, especially the woman's tearful fear about the future. That's a tearful fear. Is this person doing poetry? Quote, how do we possibly bridge that gap? Graham asked. Fear isn't solved by fact correcting. That's actually pretty poetic. Fear isn't solved by fact correcting. Wow. Wow. Is anyone else vibing on that? This is like so much of the Twitch politics space. You know, like someone might have a bad belief, something that's silly, but it's based in fear, so they cling to it because it's emotionally driven. And then people don't jump on them by like trying to correct their facts and like try to like set the record straight. And they're only speaking to their own audience, right? Libcucks talking to their own until they fight amongst themselves. And no one ever actually resolves the bad belief, which is fear-based. That's really interesting to me. I really want to, meditate on that, I guess. Graves says he's similarly flummoxed by that question, and he's asked it a lot as he presents these findings. Canada, once seen as a safe haven from Donald Trump-style disinformation, is quickly catching up, Graves fears. Hear that? We used to be safe. All the conversations I've had with Canadians who are like, don't worry about it. Like, this is Canada. We're not like the Americans. Yeah, get real, okay? It's coming. We're just too small for Russian disinformation to care about us. We're just as susceptible. Like, let's be real. In an appearance at the Monk School in Toronto on Friday, Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly promised more to say about the social media giants' role in spreading disinformation, particularly their responsibility as content producers, end quote. A definition they have so far resisted. Trump brain rot really leaked into Canada. Yeah, I legit saw a few years ago someone wearing like a leather jacket with a bunch of patches, and one of the patches was Q. And I was like, okay, that confirmed to me that like you have to really believe something to fucking go get a patch and put it on your jacket. Like that takes maybe a year of being involved in it. Okay, let's finish this article. That may be one step, but it's worth noting that Trump's conspiracy theories about the last presidential election have not evaporated with his removal from Twitter and may in fact have flourished in the dark. The New York Times reported earlier this year that nearly 24 people were running to be secretaries of state across the U.S. on the entirely baseless argument that victory was stolen from Trump in 2020. Fascism, everybody! Wee! No hands. It all tells us that conspiracy theories don't just go away anymore, nor do they continue to exist on the fringe. Like the COVID virus, they've developed a remarkable ability to mutate or pivot, in Graves' words. While many of us see the pandemic and the war in Ukraine as separate, albeit world-shaking crises, the disinformation machine has managed to connect them. I think this is a really good opportunity to segue to a video that absolutely radically changed how I saw the internet. It's 7 years old. Wow. This is a video from CGP Grey, and it's called This Video Will Make You Angry, and it's amazing. And I think this is a really good segue. Like, we're talking about how what was it? What was that line? I got to copy that line. So beautiful. Fear is not solved. Fear isn't solved by fact correcting. Fucking amazing. I'm going to bring that up during the poetry slam. So beautiful. But yeah, this video will make you angry, everybody.
Thoughts compete for space in your brain. Cat photos, news stories, belief structures, funny GIFs, educational videos, not so educational videos, and
like mine. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Your thinking inventory is limited. A thought without a brain, to think it dies. Now, we can treat thoughts as though they're alive, specifically alive like germs. That might sound weird, but stick with me. Take jokes. Jokes are thought germs that live in your brain, and when you tell the joke to another brain, you help it to reproduce, just like when you have the flu and sneeze to help it reproduce. This germ gets into its host by snot through the mouth, and this one by words through the ear, but it's reproduction either way. Logging onto your social media then is exposing yourself to everyone's mental sneezes, each post a glob of snot with a thought germ trying to get into your brain. If not for permanent residents, then at least long enough to get you to press the share button and sneeze it with everyone you know. In this analogy then, a funny cat photo with the perfect caption is a superflu. Now, just as germs exploit weak points in your immune system, so do thought germs exploit weak points in your brain, aka emotions. Once inside, thought germs that press emotional buttons get their hosts to spread them more. more, measurably more. Well, except sadness. Sad thoughts don't get very far. Awe is pretty good, which is why websites that construct thought germs like biological weapons arm them with titles like 7 whatevers that will blow your mind or the shocking secret behind this thing. But anger is the ultimate edge for a thought germ. Anger bypasses your mental immune system and compels you to share it like nothing else. Being aware of your brain's weak spots is necessary for good mental health, like knowing how to wash your hands. Because even without intentional construction, any thought germ on the internet can, on its own, grow more infectious as it spreads. To talk.
What do you think so far? Already amazing, right? Like already off to a good start. The idea that thoughts are germs. Let's go. Oh my god.
About why, let's forget anger for a moment and go back to that cat photo. Every photo ever taken is a thought germ, and most die a quick death like the bazillion cat photos or baby photos posted on the internet that are never shared. But a mildly funny cat photo can grow into so much more, because just as transatlantic flights were the best thing to happen to germs, so the internet is the best thing to happen to thought germs.
Oh, because you know it's happened to you, eh, Simon? Dude. You know. And honestly, when this channel like blew up over the trucker convoy, when I was getting like thousands of views, it was because of anger. It was because a lot of people were coming in angry as fuck, raring to go to fight with the lib cuck on freedom, and that's why like the chat was so intolerable. Like it was great to have so many views, but fuck man, people were insane and obnoxious.
Once on board, that cat photo can leap into other brains, and those brains might share it, and here's the key point, occasionally change it. A Photoshop here, a tweaked caption there. Most
AKA memeing.
Changes are terrible, but some make the thought germ even funnier, getting more brains to share it, which results in more changes and a shot at superstardom. Thus, a lowly cat photo can achieve global brain domination, at least for a few hours. The internet with
So how do we brain seize? Not all over everyone? We're gonna find out.
its unparalleled ability to share and randomly change thought germs can't help but make them stronger. With jokes, that's awesome, but with angry germs, not always so awesome, no. Angry germs, the more they're shared, undergo the same process, changing and distorting to be more aggravating. These have a better chance of spreading than their possibly more accurate, but probably also more boring rivals. But like,
I just want to go back for a second. Look how clearly he communicated visually the evolution. You had white fire in red ring, then red fire inside all of that, and then an angry face inside the red fire. Like, wow, great visual direction.
Then they're possibly more accurate, but probably also more boring rivals. But like plagues, thought germs can burn through a population too quickly. Just watch your favorite meme generating machine for a week and you'll see the life cycle fly by. However,
and have you ever seen someone who's like, you can take this a bit further in that, you ever like, oh god, be following somebody on the internet and their meme game just kind of falls off. Like you're realizing, man, they're posting really old memes. It's kind of like you've built up an immune response. So you no longer have such a reaction. You've kind of like hardened against it. So like the old germ doesn't have the same effect on you as like a newer strain.
some thought germs have found a way around burnout. Now, I must warn you, depending on which thought germs live in your head and which you fight for, the next section might sound horrifying. So please keep in mind, we're talking about what makes some thought germs successful, particularly angry ones, and not how good or how bad the thoughts themselves are. Deep breath, calm. Thought germs—
You can do this, everybody. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Can burn out because once everyone agrees, it's hard to keep talking and thus thinking about them. But if there's an opposing thought germ, an argument, then the thinking never has to stop. The disagreement doesn't have to be angry, but again, angry helps. The more visible an argument gets, the more bystanders it draws in, which makes it more visible, which is why every group from the most innocuous internet forum to the national conversation can turn into a double rage storm across the sky in no time.
Hey, remember that meme? Double rainbow across the sky? There's an old meme. But yeah, he's making a really powerful point right now.
Wait, these thought germs aren't competing, they're cooperating. Working together, they reach more brains and hold their thoughts longer than they could alone. Thought germs on opposite sides of an argument can be symbiotic. One tool symbiotic anger germs in particular can employ is you're with us or against us. Whatever thought germ just leapt to the front of your brain, push it back. This video isn't about that. We're just talking about this tool, which makes it very hard for neutral brains to resist, and its divisiveness also grows its symbiotic partner. This explains why in some arguments gaining more allies also gains more enemies, because the...
Anyone see this happen? Maybe a certain character by the name of Voosh, baby?
Though the participants think they're involved in a fiery battle to the death, from the anger germ's perspective, one side is a field of flowers and the other a flock of butterflies. Of course, planting more flowers will get you more butterflies, and getting more butterflies will pollinate more flowers. If there is some argument that splits the population and lasts forever, and that even the most neutral people find difficult to avoid, you just might be looking at a super successful pair of symbiotic anger germs that have reached ecological stability. Now, one final depressing thought.
Amazing. Ecological stability between two thought germs.
I mean, one more awe-inspiring point that will reveal the secrets of... actually, no, it's just depressing. No. When opposing groups get big, they don't really argue with each other. They mostly argue with themselves about how angry the other group makes them. We can actually graph fights on the internet to see this in action. Each becomes its own quasi-isolated internet sharing thoughts about the other. You see where this is going, right? Each group breeds thought germs about the other, and as before, the most enraging, but not necessarily the most accurate. Spread the fastest. The group almost can't help but construct a totem of the other so enraging they'll talk about it all the time, which, now that you know how thought germs grow, is exactly what makes the totem always perfectly maddening. Now, all this isn't to say there's no point in arguing. That's a different video. Or that...
Yeah, we can argue. Talking. You can sometimes learn a lot from an argument.
The internet isn't amazing, or that there aren't things worth trying to change people's minds about. Thought germs of all kinds come and go. But it's useful to be aware of how thoughts can use our emotions to spread, and how the more rapidly a thought is able to spread, the more chances it has to become even better at spreading through random changes that are made to it. Sometimes that's great, sometimes it's terrible. But if you want to maintain a healthy brain, it pays to be cautious of thoughts that have passed through a lot of other brains and that poke you where you're weakest. It's your brain. Be hygienic with it.
There you go. That's your answer. That's how you just gotta be more hygienic.
You shared the video, right?
Be aware when, you're being triggered, or when something's emotionally getting you. This poem, it's so old and yet still so it's relevant to the current issue, to all this discussion about disinformation and the link between people who are pro Russia in this war in Canada, and how and also they're also pro convoy. Fuck. I'm trying to write a poem on this, and it starts: "This poem is a virus. The present times require us to inoculate against the hate that divides us." And I want to try to take all the ideas in this video and try to make a really catchy, interesting poem that's like infectious in its own way, and it's supposed to communicate a lot of the same ideas about emotional hygiene and other stuff. Yeah, there's a couple in there. I got a sneezing joke, as part of it. But it takes a long time to write a poem. They're always so fucking slow to do. Oh god, you get one or two really good lines, but then making a whole coherent 3-minute piece often takes quite a bit of work. Okay, I think we had a nice little break from the zombie apocalypse that is the Russian war. So let's dive back into the muddy waters for a little bit, and then we'll surface for air with some more trucker convoy stuff. Wee. Okay, let's go. This is from Pravda, Ukrainian outlet. Russia's elite wants to eliminate Putin. They have already chosen a successor, according to intelligence. A group of influential people who oppose President Vladimir Putin and who plan to assassinate him is forming among the Russian business and political elite, according to the Chief Directorate of Intelligence of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. So, big if true. Just backing away. Yeah, I thought about doing a sneeze joke with the camera, but then I didn't want to sneeze on my camera or all over my expensive controller. Details. The goal of this group is to remove Putin from power as soon as possible and restore economic ties with the West, destroyed by the war in Ukraine. Like the merchant class is going to rise up and overturn the Politburo. Quote, a part of Russia's political elite sees Federal Security Service Director Alexander Bortnikov as Putin's successor. It is Bortnikov who has recently fallen out of favor with the Russian dictator. The official reason for the FSS leader's downfall is fatal miscalculations in the war against Ukraine. It was Bortnikov and his department who were responsible for analyzing the views of the Ukrainian population and the capacity of the Ukrainian army, both major factors in this war, because I from what I understand, I think Russia thought they were just going to roll into eastern Ukraine and set up shop. This is probably propaganda. Yeah, anytime I'm reading from Pravda, like, this is Ukrainian, everybody. This is chief. Look at who we're reading here, right? Let's not. We just watched a video about emotional. About emotional. Like, we have to take this with like a grain of salt, right? We don't know if this is true. It's coming from the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Like, this is where propaganda often emerges. Big if true, but we can use it as a way to discuss like the possibility of a merchant class in Russia, like overthrowing the Politburo, overthrowing Putin and his grip on power. It is known that Bortnikov and some other influential members of the Russian elite are considering various options for removing Putin from power. In particular, poisoning, sudden illness, or other accident is not excluded. Okay, it is possible that these processes are connected with a recent leak of the location of Chechen units in the north of Kyiv. More details, according to intelligence, this leak may have been intended both to weaken Kadyrov's influence and as an attempt to establish cooperation with the Ukrainian authorities in advance. Yeah, like the intelligence department leaked this information, everybody. Yeah, okay, I don't know about that. There's also like pro-war rally in Russia, students. Something about like, yeah, there's like a massive pro-war rally, and we're gonna look into that. But there's also been some reports. Let me look in the background. But yeah, there's like a big pro-war rally in Moscow. I saw some footage of like someone flicking through the TV and like 3 or 4 or 5 channels is like all showing the same footage.
Last night, the city of Lviv, was hit by Russian missiles. Really a first so close to the city. Today, you know, we also mentioned that huge rally Vladimir Putin held in Moscow, marking the 8th anniversary. This is what he was celebrating, of the annexation of Crimea. That is the territory that was part of Ukraine that in 2014 Russian forces seized, without a shot fired, I should say. So let's turn now for more on this to ABC News contributor and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, Colonel Steve Gagnon. Good to see you, Steve.
The FSB letter leaks are awesome propaganda, almost believable. Yeah, you definitely gotta watch out whenever the Ministry of Defense is putting anything out into print.
And I want to talk about Putin here. First, this rally, you know, there are reports that some of the people who were there told reporters that they'd been forced to go there by their bosses. Others didn't want to be photographed, and some said that they were told there would just be a concert. It feels like, as a leader, he is becoming Brezhnev or Khrushchev or something like he's literally turning the clock back in the crazy Soviet style. Am I overstating that?
No, or like Kim Jong-un or Kim Il-sung or any of the other Stalinist dictators that we know and have seen operating around the world. So Terry, this is sort of the old Stalinist play. It wasn't an invite. You will be there and you will wave the flag. You will check your.
Sorry, I'm getting wind of a live stream. There's 5 people watching, but this is great content. Wait, did it just stop? Yeah, 4 yeah, this is 7, 6, 7. Holy shit, everybody, what's going on? Bring it up! Live feed, raw feed. Share the truth. Look at this. Oh my god, this is crazy. Yo, truck yeah, everybody. Truck yeah. She's got the t-shirt. I want that shirt. Everybody, please, I got to get a truck yeah t-shirt. I have to. Yeah, apparently there was a protest in Victoria. That was some news that we came across. And this is live. I don't know if this is... It's got a Canadian flag on it. Bunch of Canadian flags.
I'm on. Oh, thank you, my friend.
Weird SOS. Why is this our country? Because we have not paid educators well enough. And we're generally a resource extraction country that sells our lumber and our bitumen, our oil and gas. And we also kind of have some smart people in Canada who do like tech support and stuff and like some gaming. But other than that, like we're a resource extraction country. Like I almost misspoke and said company, and it's not that far off. You know what I mean? But to be more honest, it is the Shed channel. Oh fuck! If the Shed is live, I'm gonna try to find it. But yeah, generally this is what happens when that whole thing we watched about ideas, about like thought germs. So what I would say is the conservative movement has like really accelerated this process, and they've stopped. None of them are like pumping the brakes on seeing like rage inducing messages. They're, oh look, InfoWars. Oh, nice poggers. And look, that looks like the Capitol. What the fuck? Is this even in Canada? It looked like DC, man. But yeah, because they might just be restreaming protests. But I mean, the Canadian flag is quite the tell. Maybe this is like a really dedicated. But essentially, they've become trapped by their culture. There's no way to get out of the conversations that they're having because it's their church. It's where they go to find community, people who believe like them, who look and talk and think like them, who say fuck Trudeau, let's go Brandon, who watch InfoWars, all this stuff. And yeah, once you're in the movement, it's really hard to get out. Like, I think Carl Sagan said, like, once you've been bamboozled, like, you're not getting that back. No, puppies. This is something we can all agree on. Doggo. Puppy. No, go back to the puppies. So let's see here. Yeah, look at that building in the back. Science will prove the crimes, everybody. Sheesh. Justin Liar, thief, traitor. Whoa. Bro, he's doing like pretty good. I think he was playing Anderson .Paak, maybe? Maybe? Could be Anderson .Paak. I'll get DMCA'd if I leave it going. Hate seeing all these cringe lords flying Canadian flags. Yeah, I especially hate the I don't know if you've seen them, but like half Canadian, half American flag. It's like this Dr. Frankenstein. It's awful. It says March 19th at Toronto. Yeah, right? So yesterday? Like a restream? So yeah, we did miss some stuff that happened yesterday. I didn't realize. I thought something was happening. Okay, so maybe it's not live, but it's got that feeling of being live. You know, all the jankiness. I guess I just don't recognize Toronto. Jesus. Who knew this many people had proper Canadian flags? Holy fuck. Some of them have some very improper ones. Like, where do they get this shit? Rubber boots? Rubber boots? Yeah, he's just kind of like drumming along. Okay, so that's a kind of like a little window into the trucker convoy. Fuck me, everybody. I cannot believe this shit. I don't believe it. Make it end. Make it end. Is there, does he have any? No, he just has little. It's all. He's the only one using this hashtag. It's so funny. Okay, back to this.
Box, and then you can go home. And in fact, we saw reports of people who.
Yeah, Victoria, there was something happening, and I guess they're trying to like ride off of the momentum in. Actually, yeah, I had an actual news story on this. Freedom Convoy protest leader Pat King makes brief court appearance. Is this? Oh, this is from February though. This is from forever ago. Fuck. Okay.
Showed up, checked the box, said, hey, I showed up, and then immediately left the... but I think one of the things to take away from it, I mean, it's obviously designed for domestic political consumption. Nobody outside of Russia believes that that was anything but a staged rally. So I think one of the things we need to think about is what did Mr. Putin say? And the thing that I think was most interesting to me, at least, was he talked about the Donbass and taking back the Donbass. So he didn't talk about the demands of the denazification as much. He didn't talk about
his mask, Pat. No, of course not. Of course he can't wear a mask. You expected Pat King to wear a mask? I think Rebel News has a piece on the protest in Calgary, so we'll check on that. Rebel News, of course, being a right-wing news source and not the most reputable, but you know, they have some footage from the scene. So after this video, we'll go check that out.
What he thinks the Ukrainians need to do in terms of staying away from the EU or from NATO. So his demands and the things he focused on were much more limited and weren't the same sort of extreme demands that we know are being presented at the negotiating table with the Ukrainians.
That's very interesting because he has talked about genocide in the past, saying that Russian speakers were the victims of genocide and the denazification of a country that's run by a Jewish president. And yet, it seems, once again, if I could just press the subject, his language is getting more extreme in some ways. He spoke the other day and he talked about how united Russia is. He said that today at the rally as well. He said all the people who have villas in Miami and eat oysters and foie gras and are comfortable with gender norms, they aren't really Russian. We spit them out like midges in our mouth. We spit them out in the dirt. Is he stable?
I think he's stable. He's rational, but it's how he perceives opportunity, it's how he perceives risk. We've got to be careful not to mirror image our views in the West or even outside of Russia. How he sees things is very, very different, and he doesn't really care about what the world opinion of him or Russia is. He cares about hanging on to power. So, you know, the idea that how can he not...
Allegedly, someone switched off the live feed from Putin's speech. There's a point when they cut away to stock footage before he finishes his sentence. Yeah, let's see if I can pull that. I think I remember seeing one video of like a really odd cut, but I just didn't understand what had happened. So let me see.
Abide by 21st century norms. If you go back to the night that he declared war in Ukraine, that speech was extraordinary. He trashed Lenin, he trashed Stalin, he poo-pooed communism. In his mind, the world sort of came off the rails in, say, October of 1917, when the end of the Russian Empire came. What he really wants is to reassert the Russian Empire, and that includes Belarus, that includes Ukraine, and that is part of the arc of that empire that he wants to reestablish. So think of it sort of as a early 20th century, late 19th century view that certainly is at odds with our 21st century perspective.
All right, I think I found it. This is from the Telegraph.
И лучшим подтверждением тому является то, как воюют, как действуют наши ребята в ходе этой военной операции. Плечо к плечу. Помогают, поддерживают друг друга. А если надо, то как родного брата прикрывают своим телом от пули на поле боя. Такого единения у нас давно не было. Так получилось, что начало операции совпало, совершенно случайно совпало с днем рождения одного из наших выдающихся военно...
Whoa. Wait, what? Lol. Wait, what? Is someone about to get defenestrated? Are they gonna defenestrate the producer? Maybe someone fat fingered it. Just fat fingered it. Oh shit! I cut off Putin. There is an amazing, absolutely diabolical clip that circulated of the premier, I think it's of, what is it, Manitoba? Premier Heather Stephenson. Yeah, she's premier of Manitoba. Yeah, Manitoba. So this is literally someone who's in the seat of power, okay? Watch this clip. Tell me what's wrong. Tell me what's wrong with this clip.
Madam Speaker, Crystal Musso's life mattered. She is dearly missed by her friends, family, and her children. We now know, of course, that the government will not call an inquest into her death. But new information is coming to light from the critical incident investigation into her death, and this information is very concerning. The company contracted to transport Crystal out of province, used staff that did not have the proper training, and used vehicles that did not have the right equipment to care for ICU patients. I'll table a document that lays this out. Does the Premier agree that a team transporting ICU patients should have the necessary training and equipment to do so safely?
Seems like a pretty good question. Okay, let's see what the Premier has to say in response to this pretty clear concern.
The Honourable First Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I get to the member's question, I just wanted to say that sometimes it's we need to remember that we need to take time to celebrate our kids.
Oh.
And last night it was a proud mom moment for me. It was a proud parent moment for both my husband and I when we were at a hockey rink in Selkirk, and Tommy and his high school hockey team were playing the St. Paul's Crusaders, and they defeated the Westwood Warriors to become the Manitoba Provincial High School Hockey Champions. Madam Speaker, I just want to congratulate Tommy, all his team members, and the coach Andrew Harder for their victory last night. Madam Speaker, it's an exciting day for our family, and just thank you for the opportunity to say a few words about that, Madam Speaker.
Cool. Now about
what I will say, Madam Speaker, with respect to this, of course, I did, the member opposite asked these questions yesterday. The member's time has expired.
Time's up. Time's up, everybody.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Oh, God.
Crystal Musso's children will not be able to have their mother at the important moments of their lives. And that's why we're bringing these questions forward. This is new information that I'm sharing with the House today.
Premier of a province, everybody.
What
I just watch this lady's face in the back as she realizes what's happening.
I just want to congratulate St. Paul's moment for both my husband and I when we were at a hockey rink. I just wanted to say that sometimes it's we need to remember that we need to take time to celebrate our kids. And last night it was a proud mom moment for me. It was a proud parent moment for both my husband and I when we were.
Yeah, everybody, my kids won the Little Leagues. We're fucking champions, everybody. Sorry, what were we talking about again? It's fucking wild. This person's... I've never heard of this person before, and I'm a Canadian. This is all I know about Premier Heather Stephenson, and I am not impressed. She's apologizing. Her remark was misplaced, and for that I sincerely apologize. Fucking amazing. Oh God, so good. So yeah, that's why that's kind of why we're having some problems up here in Canada. Justin Ling, a really useful source during the Freedom Convoy protests. He wrote a story for the Toronto Star, one of our left-wing journalist outlooks. It's pretty all right. Pretty okay. Pretty all right. What did he say? Was it really about vaccine mandates or something darker? The inside story of the convoy protests. Now, I wonder how much of this will be new because we covered it pretty close to the grain. But let's find out. It's got a really great picture. Toronto store. Yeah, I know. I've been talking a lot. I gotta save my voice for tonight. For the poetry slam. Gotta save my voice. Gotta be zany. Save some of my zaniness for tonight. For 3 weeks this winter, a so-called freedom convoy, pronounced freedom, delivered thousands of demonstrators into downtown Ottawa, turning them into an occupying force that snarled daily life in the nation's capital and dominated the national conversation. But who were the demonstrators really, and what were they after? Many of them positioned the protest as a fight against vaccination mandates for cross-border truckers. Others saw it as a campaign against pandemic restrictions more broadly. No doubt, the occupation was many things to many people. But for several of its organizers, the protest was the culmination of years of work. Their best chance yet to coalesce a movement around their preferred conspiracy theories and a violent anti-government ideology. The convoy protest was not about just the pandemic, but nor could it have happened without the pandemic. Organizers were able to leverage fatigue and frustration with government restrictions and social isolation to grow their movement, drawing on one particularly potent conspiracy theory in the process: the idea that an international cabal has taken control of Canada and is weaponizing the pandemic to consolidate its dominance. The New World Order. Let's go, everybody. This occupation was marketed as the last stand to stop tyranny. Where have we heard that one before? And has become a global rallying cry for a burgeoning anti-media, anti-science, anti-government political force, i.e. the PPC. Remarkably, the occupation was ended without major incident. Yeah, fair enough. Normalcy has returned to downtown Ottawa. Commuters sit in slow but not frozen traffic. Politicians bustle through Centertown on their way to the House of Commons. Journalists roam free without hired security in tow. The nation's capital is back to its famously boring self, but it's an unsettled peace. Where is the movement and its anger gone? And what comes next in its plan to stop the globalist takeover of Canada? How the fuck do magnets work? Yeah, they're all like, yeah, we listen to ICP. Okay, so this is a really good article. I don't know if I can read it all. I just literally don't think I have it in me. But let's watch clips from Calgary instead. This is Rebel News, so reader beware. It's doesn't even have like an author. It's just Rebel News. So Calgary, several arrests have occurred. This is from Calgary Police. Enforcement is ongoing in Central Memorial Park. Details will be released at the conclusion of the event. Police are working to keep the two groups apart. There's like two groups. Freedom Convoy and I guess an anti-freedom convoy. I guess that's how that works. Police in downtown Calgary are handing out the injunction applied for by the city in advance of the Freedom Rally.
Okay, would you like this?
Yes, please. What is that? Could I ask? This is a printout?
You can have it.
Sure, thank you. And so you guys are just handing this to everybody, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For people's information.
Yep, okay. Well, thank you, guys.
Thanks. Court of Queen's Bench of Alberta, 18th of March. Respondents Jane Doe 1 to 50, John Doe 1 to 50, and persons unknown. Okay. The city is granted an interlocutory injunction pursuant to section something of the Municipal Government Act. There you go. Despite a request not to gather from police, both groups showed up. Freedom! Freedom! Calgary Freedom Rally gathers despite injunction and heavy police presence. Free speech and human rights. Walking is not blocking. Amazing, everybody. A smart entrepreneur in Canada should set up a trucker convoy festival site and charge them all a fortune to attend and listen to loud rock music and speeches, sell a lot of stuff to them. Yeah, but Simon, then you have to pay for the liability insurance for that concert. How do you think that bill's going to run? Anti-mandate protesters have arrived at City Hall here in Calgary. Gathering at City Hall does not breach the injunction that prohibits unnecessary use of parks. Holy shit, that's loud. That's a lot of people. That's like more than a dozen. Couple dozen. It's like a couple dozen people. Okay. One speaker from the Freedom Rally side tried to encourage the crowd to adhere to the orders of the injunction as the demonstration shifted to City Hall in an attempt to comply with the rules. Police have informed the protesters their priority today is arrests. In response, the protesters are making their way to City Hall, which is not a part of
We have orders from the chief, and we are gonna make them go home empty-handed.
So Canadian. There are dozens of us.
Anything.
No, don't even jaywalk.
Don't. So So if you decide to walk there, you can go down 4th Street, or you could go down 1st Street.
Did you hear that person who's like, don't even jaywalk? These people are so cucked.
To Stephen Avenue. It's going to be about a 20-minute walk. Stay on the sidewalks.
Imagine going to a protest and you're on the fucking sidewalk. Oh boy.
With the lights. They even
Soy boy alert.
went as far as to say if too many people are together with flags, they'll consider it a march. But you know what? That's out of my hands.
Dang. Absolutely capitulating to the authorities. Not a lot of hockey stick legs. Wow, that's deep, everybody. I mean, yeah. There you go. That's a protest. Goes pretty deep too. Huh. That's very good. And Huddle the line. Look at the brutality. Oh, God. The DC convoy people thought traffic would be lighter on Sundays because everyone would be at church. Yeah, with the fucking earphones. One thing I've noticed about Canadian riot police is they all have like brightly visible vests, which is kind of nice. Easier to watch them do the bad things. You know what happens. But remarkable restraint, you know, shown for these anti-government protests that want to overthrow the state. Fight broke out between Freedom Rally and Antifa in Calgary, big if true. Multiple people were arrested from both sides. The Memorial Park is under total police control now. Small number of protesters are still here, but the violence has...
Careful, careful, careful. Oh! Stay back, stay back. Stay back. Stay back. What?
Oh, that's police.
Stay back. Stay back. Bro.
Why are you always protecting the dipshits? Did I? Yeah. Oh. Madame Callis.
You're letting him go, man. I didn't fucking assault him, I stopped him.
Oh. And now we see the violence inherent in the state. Antifa. The Antifa are police.
Stay together. Yeah, they just took one in. Nazis, we found the Nazis, you guys.
Hear that, everybody? Literal 1939 Germany. Oh, gosh. Oh, jeez. Oh. Who are you marching with? anti-swastika. Honk off. These must be the counter-protesters. Loss of privilege is not oppression. Don't want to be called white supremacists. Stop marching with them. Look at those anti-freedom protesters. They just must not love freedom. Like, look at that big American flag. In Canada. That was some good TV. After 2 years of peaceful protests, a fight broke out after Antifa members attacked an anti-mandate protester.
We've been peaceful for the last few hours. Come on, ladies, it's your turn. Freedom!
Freedom! Freedom! Freedom! Freedom! Freedom! Freedom! Woo! Yeah, yeah. Freedom! Yeah, brother! Yeah, freedom! Yeah, freedom! Freedom, brothers! Freedom! I got my cowbell! I brought my cowbell, everybody! Police are slowly pushing the protesters out. Someone just screaming peace and love as angrily as possible. Peace! Oh, these people have no rhythm. You gotta say shame together, everybody, or else it doesn't work. Shame only works when everyone's in agreement you did a bad thing. Freedom! Freedom! Watch these during acceptable drinking hours. Yeah, actually that would be a really fun, like, watch like a live stream and set up like a drinking bingo. That could be a fun, I could do that. That could be a fun stream. Do it. Okay, all right. Drinking stream soon, I guess. And that's it. That's it for that thread. So, yeah, I can't believe there might actually be fresh live stream coming up. I usually stream in the mornings because there's like a bit more access to like a world audience, but maybe a Canada centric, like late evening, maybe a Saturday night every time, maybe like a rich food for poor folk. I can make some supper and drink every time. Watch the fucking and watch like a protest. That could be fun. Okay. Putin quotes Jesus to justify invasion of Ukraine. Cool. This is a turn. All right. Loud Tyrant Youth is pretty excited about it. Antifa inadvertently providing more anger for the truck convoy. Yeah, that's why like a lot of people say just don't go, right? Like you just ignore these people. You don't feed into it. Just like this video will make you angry. You don't want to create that other symbiotic brain worm process happening. You know what I mean? Yeah, it could be pretty fun. I would have to drink something though. It like Moscow Mules. I'm a beer drinker, but it should be topical, right? Like what's something truckers drink? Do I do the Moscow Mule because there's just so much Russian disinformation? Is that the joke? During a pro-war rally in Moscow on Friday night, Putin invoked the words of Jesus Christ in order to justify his invasion of Ukraine. Ew, PBR? Ew. Oh, no, don't make me do it. And in here, like, I think I would get like one of those big fucking bottles. Big brain thoughts. Oh, geez. Moscow police said, gotta be on trend? Ooh, true. Yeah, branding, Loud Tyrant Youth. I gotta make the streams blow up so that there's traffic and people donate money to me so that I'm motivated to spend extreme amount of hours streaming. Moscow police said more than 200,000 people attended the rally. Al Jazeera reported. Polling shows that a majority of Russians support the war in Ukraine, which has already left numerous Ukrainian civilians displaced, injured, and dead. Speaking to the crowd in a turtleneck and down winter coat. Yeah, odd choice. Putin said he ordered the invasion, quote, to get people out of their misery, out of this G word. That is the main reason, the motive and purpose of the military operation that we began in Donbass and Ukraine, according to the Washington Post. And quote, and this is where the words from the scriptures come to mind. There is no greater love than if someone gives his soul for his friends. Paraphrasing John 15:13. The Post and ABC News translate the Russian word dushu as soul, but most English translations of the passage use life. It's part of a long discourse Jesus delivered to his disciples as they traveled to the Garden of Gethsemane, where he was arrested and taken to be crucified after ordering Simon Peter not to use force to defend him. Putin identifies as a Russian Orthodox, but has expressed discomfort with speaking publicly about his faith. Interesting. It's got to like rally the nationalists. Russian forces strike school, sheltering 400 people in Mariupol. That was the big story. In occupied Kherson, people went out to a peaceful rally. They are chanting, away, away, to the Russian army. Wait, what? This is updated. We just went over that. This is Zelenskyy, I think, was asking for talks, peace talks.
When you hear Vladimir Putin talk about the Ukrainian...
Yo, there's a CNN interview with Zelenskyy? Oh, 3 weeks ago? Wait, what? Why am I seeing that pop up here?
...in government as being full of neo-Nazis.
I guess they're just like pulling their old clip. It's annoying. Ukraine suspends 11 political parties with links to Russia. Whoa. And over 1 million Ukrainians left without electricity, according to the Kyiv Independent. Energy Ministry says 250,000 are left without gas. Yikes. And EU looks like they're opening the doors to
Cette
Ukraine.
candidature pour être membre de l'Union européenne a été officiellement introduite. Et depuis cette candidature, on a eu l'occasion, il y a exactement...
Russian world, Rusky Mir, as the gospel says, from the fruits you will know the tree. The fruits, disastrous, murderous fruits. Yeah, right. At least that is what a recent letter from Western religious people says. Interesting. Rusky Mir. Yeah, I've heard this before. Yeah. Rotten. You know, fruits from a rotten tree is like even a legal doctrine.
Une semaine à Paris, c'était le sommet de Versailles, d'avoir le premier débat entre leaders européens sur ce sujet. Et à l'issue de ce débat, c'est un signal politique fort qui a été adressé à l'Ukraine. Je veux l'expliquer ici. D'une part, on a décidé de resserrer immédiatement les liens dans ce que l'on appelle l'accord d'association, qui est un accord extrêmement puissant. Exemple très concret, on est en train de connecter le réseau électrique de l'Ukraine vers l'Union européenne. Ce sont des choses très tangibles pour montrer bien ce lien très étroit dans tous les domaines avec l'Union européenne. Et puis sur cette demande d'admission, la Commission européenne a été immédiatement chargée de rendre un avis. Ça veut dire que la procédure a bel et bien démarré. Et les États membres, les 27 leaders de façon unanime à Versailles, ont eu cette déclaration qui, je crois, est très forte en disant que l'Union européenne soutiendra le choix libre et démocratique de l'Ukraine de définir son propre destin, qui est un destin choisi par l'Ukraine comme souhaitant se rapprocher de l'Union européenne au travers de cette candidature.
Cool.
It's been 25 days of this. Military targets flattened. Over 100 Ukrainian soldiers feared dead in this Russian missile strike.
Wild.
Residential areas struck too many to count.
Yikes.
President Zelenskyy says Russia's siege of the port city of Mariupol is a terror that will be remembered for centuries to come, amounting to war crimes. For the besieged, a terrifying twist. Mariupol's mayor says the Russian army are forcibly transferring thousands of residents into Russia.
Yeah. Yeah, did you hear about that? Like there might be forced marches and stuff?
To remote Russian cities.
Holy shit. Moldova has joined European grid also. This was planned to happen in 2023, so there's like accelerated it. Yeah, everybody's trying to get off of Russian energy, cut all ties.
The defense ministry said nearly 8,000 Ukrainians had expressed their desire to escape to Russia. It's feared hundreds are still stuck below this theatre, which Ukraine's government says was struck by a Russian missile, despite explicit warnings that children were sheltering here.
You can see the word, I think that's maybe Russian for children. Kids, it might say.
Claims Russia denies. Ukraine's foreign minister asks how multinationals can still work with Russia when they do this.
Yeah, Nestle. What are you doing, Nestle?
President Zelenskyy used a speech beamed into Switzerland to criticize one Swiss food giant which has chosen to carry on doing business with Russia.
Good food, good life.
Good food, good life. This is the slogan of Nestle, your company that refuses to leave Russia, even now when there are threats from Russia to other European countries.
Nestle, the makers of a vast array of products from baby foods to coffee and chocolate, replied saying, "We have taken unprecedented steps to significantly scale back our operations in Russia, but we have taken the difficult decision to continue to provide essential food and beverages to the Russian people." That's in contrast to hundreds of Western businesses that flocked to Russia in the 90s, but are now pausing or ending their operations in Russia. In response, Russian authorities have mooted the idea of nationalizing any assets Western companies leave behind. So, how could all this end? A Ukrainian negotiator has called on China to join the West in condemning the Russian invasion.
You have never seen
Later on
footage like
Sunday,
this.
President Zelenskyy will continue his round of global speeches and address Israeli lawmakers as he continues efforts to persuade the outside world to help save his beleaguered country.
Fuck, man, that was crazy footage. Simon says that Putin's goal is to permanently isolate Russia from the West. Therefore, Western companies should destroy the Russian asset software, not just hand them over. Yeah, I mean, it sounded like they're trying to like create like their own mirror version of Western services, trying to be like, yo, we don't need you.
People and the courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian leadership. And this combined with the support, the massive support the Ukrainian armed forces are receiving and actually have received from NATO allied countries over many years, have forced President Putin to change his plans and to realize that this quick victory, this blitzkrieg taking control over Kiev within days has absolutely failed.
Wow. But I'm just going to go pee, hydration check, chat.
Russia's capabilities when it comes to continue the war and also to continue to attack, including cities. We have seen how Russia has been responsible for the same, or for brutal warfare, both in Chechnya, but also in Syria. And of course, even though they have made severe mistakes, Russia maintain a large capability of conventional armed forces, but Russia, President Putin has also, they have also used nuclear rhetoric. Russia is a nuclear power, and we have seen how they have stepped up to also the nuclear rhetoric threatening both NATO allies and Ukraine. So I think we must not underestimate the dangers related to the military capabilities of Russia, including their will to actually use force and impose devastation and destruction on others.
Go to Imedi, lady in white there.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Mr. Secretary General, can you tell us more about Georgia? Defense Minister from Georgia attended the ministerial, and you said recently that it's a broad agreement that we need to do more to support Georgia. So, what options were discussed, for example, today? Thank you very much.
I think we need to realize that we are faced with a total new security reality, which of course affects the people of Ukraine. It's devastating for them, but it's also putting more pressure on also those countries in our neighborhood who are not members of NATO, not members of EU, countries at risk.
You don't think that Putin will have a ceasefire? Yeah, like to maintain political power?
And Georgia is one of them. And the Georgian defense minister attended the meeting. All allies listened very carefully to his intervention, where he stated the challenges Georgia faces, being a country which has already seen the consequences of aggressive actions by Russia back in 2008, and other attempts by Russia to interfere in Georgian domestic affairs. So the message, one of the lessons we have to learn from what is going on in Ukraine today, is that we need to support these countries which are at risk now. It's better to support and help them now than after a military intervention. So if anything, I think we now see the value of the support that has been provided to Ukraine before the invasion, but also the importance of that we could have done even more for Ukraine. And then I think that the message for Georgia is that we should step up, provide more support, and send a message that we support the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Georgia, not only in words but also in deeds. And therefore I call on NATO allies and others to provide support to Georgia. And that was the message also from allied leaders at the meeting today.
Not in NATO, so...
Secretary General, we're 21 days now into this conflict. Based on Russia's performance militarily so far and your current intelligence, can Russia win this war?
I think we should all be careful speculating too much. What we have seen is the strength and the courage and the capabilities of the Ukrainian armed forces, which has impressed the whole world, and which has been able to slow down, to fight back against the invading Russian forces. And I pay tribute to the Ukrainian forces and the Ukrainian people in the way they have been able to stand up against the invasion. But at the same time, Russia remains a formidable military power. They have many different types of weapons. And therefore, I think it's too early to speculate about the outcome. What we need is Russia to stop the war, President Putin to withdraw its troops, and then to find a political solution. That's what I will say about that.
Okay, we'll take a last question. Polish TV, lady in black and white there. Thanks.
I would like to go back to this special summit of NATO in upcoming week. Could you say what is the special reason to organize this summit, especially that on June we will have a regular NATO summit? So could you tell us more about this? Thank you.
President Putin has underestimated Ukraine, the people of Ukraine and the armed forces of Ukraine and the political leadership of Ukraine. Okay. But President Putin has also underestimated NATO, because we reacted swiftly and unified in a way that has imposed severe costs on Russia. Together with partners, the European Union, NATO allies have imposed unprecedented economic costs. We have provided and continue to provide essential support to the Ukrainian armed forces. Allies do that.
Yeah, Poetry Slam tonight. Let's fucking go. It's going to be so good.
every day, and we are also increasing the presence of NATO in the eastern part of the alliance. So President Putin's aim was to divide NATO. What he gets is a more united NATO. He wanted to, in a way, to undermine the nation of Ukraine. He's actually strengthening the unity of Ukraine and the commitment to the Ukrainian nation by the Ukrainian people.
True.
And then he wanted less NATO on its borders. He's getting more NATO on its borders. So to do all this, we need to be coordinated. We need to consult. And therefore, the day after invasion, we had a virtual NATO summit with all the NATO leaders, extraordinary NATO summit. And we will have an extraordinary NATO summit next week in person here in Brussels to continue to ensure that we are united, that we are closely aligned, and that we act together, both when it comes to providing support to Ukraine, when it comes to coordinating our efforts, when it comes to imposing costs on Russia, but also when it comes to taking the necessary decisions to ensure that we send a clear message to Russia about our credible deterrence and defense, both
NATO hoping to send a clear message to Russia. We know that this Thursday, President Biden will meet with NATO leaders as he attends the Council Summit on Ukraine. Again, that's taking place on Thursday. Make sure that you're staying tuned into Live Now from Fox as we will preview this event. And we'll have more on Ukraine right after this.
Okay, all right, I get it. Oh, she's like pressing this. Okay, I get it. Putin does not care about NATO. He cares about leaving a legacy of Russia ruled by an authoritarian leader, firstly him and then his successor. Yeah, but NATO is kind of like how he justifies all of it, right? Like Western expansionism. That's how he justifies, at least internally, grabbing for power. But I could be wrong on that. Let's just see here. We've got Al Jazeera up next.
Good evening, I'm Janella Massa.
Oops.
Much higher. Rob McBride joins us live now from Lviv in western Ukraine. So, Rob, what more are we hearing about deaths on both sides of this conflict?
That's right. I mean, this latest UN estimate for the number of civilians in Ukraine of just over 900 seems to be a very conservative, very safe estimate, given the difficulty in trying to collate these figures from all of these different conflict zones, these different battle fronts around.
Yeah, I agree with you, Simon.
The country, and with so many cities from Kharkiv to Mariupol, still with all of these buildings that have been raised, with teams still just not being able to get to those sites to sadly to retrieve bodies from underneath them. Just in Mariupol, for example, we know that there are bodies lying in the streets which have not been able to be recovered, which presumably are not in the official figures. And of course, there are still tragically these larger buildings in Mariupol and elsewhere, possibly where people have been sheltering, which have collapsed and which rescuers just haven't been able to reach to. So we know that there will be hopefully a number of people to be rescued and brought out alive. But sadly, this is probably an underestimation of the civilian deaths here in the Ukraine. When it comes to the military deaths, that even seems to be more arbitrary. It seems to be extremely changeable depending who is giving you those figures. The Russian military, for example, have the official number of Russian military personnel who have died in what they are calling this military operation at 498. But that number has not changed for days. The Ukrainians are estimating that the number of Russians who died here on Ukrainian soil is well in excess of 13,000. That is probably an overestimation. Other international observers put it at maybe half that, maybe 6,000. So it is fairly arbitrary, but it is. We do know that the numbers sadly are increasing in terms of civilians and military on both sides. The big concern for the Ukrainians at the moment is down in the southern port city of Mykolaiv, where we have had this devastating missile attack on what was a military barracks in the city. We do know that there was a large contingent of Ukrainian Marines in residence at the time. They have pulled survivors from underneath the rubble, people who were injured, but they have also been pulling bodies from that site, and the rescue operation there continues. Now, the Ukrainians aren't giving too much away in terms of exact figures, but people there are talking about the final death toll from that one incident being in the scores. Now, if that is the case, then that will be the single largest loss of military life in a single attack suffered by the Ukrainians. And that is a big blow for the defense of that city, because in recent days, the military there have been talking about repelling Russian attacks, pushing the Russians back, pushing their artillery back. And it's possibly because of that fact that the Russians are now resorting to the use of more missiles and more rockets, in addition to the fact, of course, that they still have not, in more than 3 weeks of conflict.
Well, I would say the Vietnam War is very different. I mean, Ukraine might risks becoming the country at the heart of a proxy war between America and Russia. Like, let's say Russia wins and installs new political leadership. You know, it's a puppet state, and America starts funding regime change. You can start to see how that goes sideways. But I think, like, the way that Eastern Ukraine responded really suggests that, like, Ukraine's going to coalesce as a national state rather than split like North and South Vietnam did.
Rob, thanks for that. Rob McBride, live for us in Lviv. Now, another attack in the heart of Kiev. A 10-story residential building came under fire on Sunday. Thick plumes of smoke billowed from the tower in the western Sviatoshinsky district. The building and the street were destroyed by Russian shelling. The city's mayor says nobody was killed, but several people are being treated in hospital.
Here we can see that the claim this war is to liberate people is propaganda. They're bombing residential areas, like in other cities. Their goal is Kyiv, our capital city, and we can see the consequences. They want to scare people, but they'll fail. The Ukrainian people will not be scared. These actions create even more hatred and desire to resist the attacks.
Russia says it has once again used hypersonic missiles to attack Ukraine. The defense ministry saying it hit military facilities. One of the targets was reportedly an armored vehicle repair site in the town of Nizhyn. Russia said it fired cruise missiles from the Black Sea. In Mykolaiv, a fuel depot was destroyed by high-precision missiles fired from the Caspian Sea and Crimea. Russia says it also destroyed a military training center in Ovruch, where foreign mercenaries are based. Let's get reaction to this now from Bernard Smith in Moscow. So, Bernard, what else is the Russian government saying now?
Hazam, Russia's defense ministry says that it's used hypersonic missiles again for a second time. There's no way of independently verifying this, but they used them, it says, to target a fuel storage site. Excuse me, use them to target a fuel storage site in the south of Ukraine, and they launched cruise missiles from the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea at other targets in Ukraine. Second time they've used these hypersonic missiles, and this is what the defense ministry had to say.
The hypersonic Dagger missiles destroyed a large fuel depot used by Ukraine's armed forces near the village of Konstantinovka. The main supplies of fuel for Ukraine's army vehicles in the south were carried out there. The high-precision missile launch struck the training center for Ukraine's special forces, where foreign mercenaries were based.
Now, there's something of an arms race going on between Russia, the United States and China over these hypersonic missiles. Hypersonic meaning they can fly at 5 times the speed of sound. They've never been used in a battlefield environment before, as far as we know. So if it's possible to independently confirm that Russia has been using them, then it's the first time in this environment they have been used, and an indication, again, of really the superior military arsenal Russia has at its disposal compared to what Ukraine is having to defend itself.
Yeah, they need air defense. They're fine.
Bernard, thank you. Bernard Smith, live for us in Moscow.
News music.
Dozens of babies born to surrogates are waiting to be picked up from a makeshift nursery in Kiev. Their parents are either unable to travel or not willing to risk the journey. The babies are sheltering in a basement. They need constant care, and since many nurses cannot return to their destroyed homes, they sleep and work there.
We have very well-equipped rooms to provide comfort for children. There is everything for them to be safe and for them to be taken care of. But now we are staying here in this basement to preserve ours and the babies' lives.
Honestly, like, these are some of the unsung heroes, like people watching over the babies. Protect the baby. You gotta protect the baby.
We're hiding.
Fuck.
Working with NGOs on the Polish border to bring in supplies. We're also bringing in nannies to help evacuate those newborns to borders, but it does require a great deal of paperwork and support from agencies. Many of those agency staff have left the country, and we have babies coming every day, newborns. Some of them are in intensive care units.
I thought I had dark circles under my eyes. Oh my God.
Children is a major undertaking for our volunteer staff and our NGO partners. But it's a painfully slow process, requiring a lot of coordination. Mostly we're going to the Polish border, we're taking the babies to Lviv, and their parents are coming to Lviv and meeting them there. It does require most parents to enter
born to surrogate mothers
the country to do this, but we're doing it one by one. Some of these babies have special needs, some of them can't exit because there's no paperwork right now. I
wonder if that was Dave Rubin's baby in there, maybe.
The safety of these babies. Many agencies are still having births occur in Kiev. It was an enormous destination, the second most common place that foreigners went for surrogacy, given it is one of only 5 countries with supportive laws in this area. So we're talking about 1,000 babies, or 1,000 pregnancies ongoing right now in Ukraine. For surrogates, involving nationals from 30, 40 different countries around the world.
If you're a baby during pregnancy, you're gonna, and there's a war going on, you're gonna feel that, right? Like if your mom's stressed out all the time, something happens to the kid, right? There's got to be something about like how you transfer the stress you feel of a war into your womb or something, right?
And bloodshed. The UN Refugee Agency says 10 million people have left their homes in search for safety. Poland has taken in the most, more than 2 million refugees. Romania, Moldova, Hungary, and Slovakia have also opened their borders to mostly women and children who have.
And there's concerns that if Russia does take Ukraine, they'll go after Moldova next.
2,500 have fled to Belarus.
I had a friend from Belarus.
Vladimir Sotnikov, is a senior research associate at the Russian Academy of Sciences. He joins us now from Moscow. Thank you for being with us. I want to ask you, first of all, about the comments made by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy that Russia is committing war crimes in Ukraine on a scale not seen before.
He do be war criming, everybody.
There's a terror that will be remembered for centuries to come. Your response?
Well, actually, thank you very much for inviting me. And what I would like to say about the Ukrainian president.
Is his voice funny or is it just me?
He forgot to mention that just 80 years ago, before that, there was a war crime done by Ukrainian army and Ukrainian Nazis against the people of Donetsk and Lugansk. So, and another thing that there is a lot of disinformation circulating right now in the Western mass media and in Ukraine. So because I saw myself the fake.
No disinformation here, YouTube. It's all good and based.
The fake video that there were allegedly people killed by Russian soldiers.
I'm actually going to take a really quick pause here. You notice there's this take I read about Zelenskyy's gear, like all of the clothing that he has been appearing in. And I thought it was a really interesting take about how he has signaled to his audience, like signaled to his people, that he sees them as one of them. Like he's not wearing any military insignia. He's not wearing like a suit and tie. And there's a lot of like discussion about how he presented himself to the US Congress to sort of push onto the American legislature that like this is a serious problem. Like I'm in a war. I haven't shaved since the war began. Like I don't think he has shaved since the war began. And showing up in like regular clothes really signals on a fashion level sense in terms of like optics that he is a man of the people or whatever. And I haven't really heard a lot of discussion about that. Like, look at this guy. You would walk right past him on the street. And I think it's particularly fascinating to look at Zelenskyy and just the clothes that he wears and just him shaving or not shaving, right? Like it's really like this doesn't seem to be, you know, he might be cutting that, but like his beard, his beard's coming in thick.
Videos, but they certainly don't look fake.
All right. But actually, why? Let me ask you a question. Why the Western journalists are just filming all this and blaming the Russian soldiers? What about the Ukrainian attacks and
Al Jazeera.
Nazi atrocity
what are you
towards
doing?
Russian soldiers and officers and towards civilian people? By the way, this theater affair. It was the Nazi troops in Ukraine put the landmines, and the people were sheltering in the basement. But Russia actually never put a missile on this theater. That was a fake.
Oh
as
my
I can
God!
Assume.
Where do you find these people?
I mean, you use this word Nazis a lot to refer to Ukrainians, and I know you're not the only one who says that. There are a number of Russian analysts who we've heard from who say that, but you talk about Nazis as if they're just overrunning Ukraine, that the Ukrainian forces are just filled with Nazis, but that's just simply not the case from what we've seen. We know there is a Ukrainian nationalist element within the forces. There's the Azov battalion, and we've talked about them on this channel.
God.
But they're a small number. What evidence do you have that
land the plane?
Ukrainian forces are just completely infiltrated by Nazis?
No, you just actually understood me wrong, completely wrong. I mean that there are two battalions. Azov.
Well, you said they were fighting Nazi forces.
Nazis. I'm sorry. Please don't just joke my words. Actually, this is impolite, by the way. Another thing I would like to say that there are Nazi forces. I'm not telling that this is Ukrainian army taking it all. I'm talking about the Nazi battalions who are making atrocities to the local people. Can you explain this? This is a small number, but what they're doing. Look.
What the fuck is happening?
One of the good things about sitting where I sit is that I get to ask the questions. And the question I'm asking you is, what evidence is there that Ukraine is overrun with Nazis? Because, I mean, analysts like yourself have been using this word quite a lot.
So I'm just a Russian analyst. That's why I'm using this word.
Right, but there hasn't been any evidence presented to back this up, is what I'm saying.
Probably you don't have the evidence, but the other people have this evidence. Again, I'm just would like to remind you about the story.
This is spinning
out. It was not a long story ago about the Donetsk and Lugansk. So very strange that the people do not speak about that. They're speaking about what is going right now. I understand that this is in news. This is the news, the hot news. But why everybody is was not telling about that previously, and now is showing only what allegedly Russian troops and Russian missiles do?
Yeah, this guy is beardless and maidenless. L plus ratio.
To where things stand on the military side of things, we're 25 days into this war, and there is a sense that this operation is stalling. Russian forces don't appear to have gained much ground over the last few days. The capital, Kiev, has still not been taken. There are a number of other...
We call that passion, Log Tyrant Youth. That's just passion.
Taken. So I'm just wondering, what's the plan here? What do you see as President Putin's end game?
I don't know, actually. I'm not in
you
the
mean
president.
It's not denazification? I thought that was the whole point, my guy.
Actually, analyst.
Oops.
It seems to me that most probably the strategy has changed. Probably that first there was a hope that it will be
2% of Ukrainians voted for parties thought to have Nazi leanings. The Azov battalion is the only one. There are 27 territorial battalions, civilian recruits. There was also a story not too long ago, or even just today, that Zelenskyy just canceled the political affiliation of like 11 parties. He just canceled 11 parties. So maybe if we dig into that, we'll start to see why.
Are trying desperately to avoid unnecessary civilian casualties. So that's why the process is so slow. Another thing that there are.
Yeah, I can't show that.
Probably there are some remnants of Ukrainian army who are still resisting the Russian forces. So but the strategy I think the strategy probably has changed. This is my explanation.
Can really be tracked. Yeah, it really can. Loud Tyrant Youth. Like, there's a lot of people who talked about the first 2 days of Zelenskyy not shaving, and we're like, yeah, a couple weeks in, he's got a healthy beard.
Volunteer force has emerged to help those who remain behind. The network supports some of Kiev's most vulnerable.
Yo, Canadians, they don't grow their beard when the Stanley Cup season starts to happen. Ukrainians don't grow Canadians grow their beard when the Stanley Cup happens. Everybody shaves and grows their beard together. In Ukraine, they grow their war beards.
Deliver groceries and basic goods to some of the most vulnerable in Kyiv.
Chad energy, holy shit.
Some of the goods are donated, but most are paid for by the volunteers themselves.
Oh, it's so small.
I always wanted to do humanitarian work. I don't have grandparents, so this helps me compensate for that. It really comes from my heart.
Good person.
Maria rarely leaves the house. She's too frail to make the journey, and the elevator in her building is best described as temperamental.
Yo, did you ever watch Heme? Heme, the fastest growing beard on Twitch?
Alone and hungry.
I was in hospital with heart problems, and my daughter died recently. I have a niece who could help, but public transport is shut, so she can't get here. Right now, I don't need anything, because they brought me things, but this won't last long.
Yo, look, she didn't even clean up her bedroom or her kitchen. Why are you giving her free stuff? She's lazy. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, Nan.
Vulnerable. Now it's one of the only organizations of its kind in Ukraine still operating, and demand for its services far outstrips its capacity.
Oh,
to cope,
yeah,
the
he
organization
kind of fell off, unfortunately. Yeah, he's really good. I hope he comes back.
Vulnerable people and post them on a private social media channel. Volunteers then make the deliveries, navigating the city's many checkpoints and anti-tank barricades.
Yo, that's hardcore,
and it's not
man.
just home delivery. Kitchens and roadside kiosks have also become a front line of sorts in the war effort.
Wow.
Most of the restaurants across the city are shut, but the kitchens are open and the chefs are working. Now, they might not be making their usual cuisines. What they're doing is they're making home-style cuisines that then volunteers pick up and bring to distribution points like these. And it is a lifeline for many. This might be the one hot meal that they get a day. Imran Khan, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Plenty more on the Ukraine war to come on Al Jazeera, including thousands of Indian medical students struggling to continue their studies at home after escaping bombs.
Wait, how do
and
you know
bloodshed
that, Loud Tyrant Youth? And that's cool. That's cool. If he doesn't want to, if he wants to lurk, he can lurk.
Ukraine. A climate catastrophe. Somalia's worst drought in decades forces more than 500,000 homeless in search for food and water.
Not good.
And later
This music's
in sport,
so
another
inspiring,
career
though.
landmark for LeBron James as he moves a step closer to the top of the all-time
LeBron.
scorers.
He's a real king. All right, so we got a bit of news from the convoy. One of the things I've been seeing a lot of is like the Christian stuff. There's a lot of like Christian dominionism happening. This is from Toronto yesterday.
Know that we are still winning.
Yeah.
Trudeau's
yeah, sister.
on the run and Doug Ford is on the run and they are freaking out.
You hear that, Trudeau?
They sent the police to block all this.
Oh yeah, I figured out my fucking. Oh fuck. Oh jeez. Yeah, I figured out the truck, the fucking Team Canada song. You guys want to hear? It's really bad, but I need like another singer to do like the truck. Yeah. Yeah, you guys want to hear this bad song that I wrote? That's a parody. I haven't like done any of the melody lines or anything, so that's mostly why it's bad. But the lyrics are really funny. The lyrics, I've played this maybe once or twice, but it's based off of Team America. So we're like, oh Canada, oh Canada. I would be like, Canada, truck, yeah, honking downtown to save your motherfucking freedom. Canada, truck, yeah, freedom, freedom is contagious. Yeah, Trudeau, you know your time is up. We'll blow our horns and beat you up. Canada, truck, yeah, I'm sorry you fucking suck so much. Canada, truck, yeah. What you gonna do when we sick geese on you? It's the memes that we all share. I'm sending you my thoughts and prayers. Tim Hortons, truck, yeah. Putin, truck, yeah. Marijuana, truck, yeah. Oil sands, truck, yeah. Hockey, truck, yeah. Healthcare, truck, yeah. Nickelback, truck, yeah. 60 scoop, truck, yeah. Trudeau, you know you got to go. We'll blow your horns and beat you up, fuck. Peanut butter, truck, yeah. Jim Carrey, truck, yeah. Snowmobiles, truck, yeah. Maple syrup, truck, yeah. Rockies, truck, yeah. Marijuana again for some reason, truck, yeah. Road lines, yeah, we invented those. Fuck, I lost. Okay, fuck it. That's the end of the song, everybody. We did it, America. Freedom, freedom. Okay. Flannel! We did flannel? Okay, this is really stupid. This is really stupid. But it's coming together, everybody. I just need like a sound thing. Did we invent flannel? Please tell me we invented flannel. I had so much fun like learning all the stuff that makes Canada Canada. It's all this really dumb like pacemakers. We invented basketball. That's a heritage moment. Oh, I should have put heritage moments. House hippos. Truck, yeah. Flannel. Okay, is flannel like a... Are you being for real? Humanitarian flannel. Oh, it's just because Canadians wear a lot of it. I thought that we invented it or something, right? Yeah, it's Welsh. 16th century, my guy. Steven Crowder. Ted Cruz? No. Cluxy, no. No, we disavowed Ted Cruz. I had Justin Bieber in there before. But it was like too many words. But maybe I switch out Jim Carrey for like Steven Crowder or like... Who's that other really fucking dumb one? Lauren Southern? Lauren Southern would be a good one. And I worked in the 60 Scoop, which is... I think for the America one, they had slavery there, which is fucked up. So I thought the only thing as fucked up in Canada, I mean, we did have a bit of slavery here as well, but you're just screaming chaotically on Snapchat? Okay, all right, okay. Calmez-vous là. So we've got another interesting thing. Apparently, robot truckers could replace 500,000 U.S. jobs. Uh-oh. How's that economic freedom doing, everybody? 90% of long-haul trucking could be replaced by self-driving technology. They took our jobs! They took our jobs! Yeah, like this is... What is it like when technology and labor come into conflict? Technology always wins? Loud.exe. Yo, sometimes the internet is absolutely vicious, absolutely brutal. Yeah, I also got to think of a funny metaphor for tonight's show, where like in the poetry slam, you have the poets who do their thing, but you also have like judges in the audience and like the audience itself. And I usually like come up with some sort of metaphor where the judges are supposed to be like the truth tellers, and then the audience are supposed to be like the raging mob trying to like influence their decisions and yell yay or too high or too low or whatever. I like keep using the same metaphors, like you're the Supreme Court justices of the land, or like you're the Titanic and everyone else is like icebergs. But like, yeah, if you guys have good ideas of like two obviously conflicting forces, it'd be funny to put people in. But okay, robots will make the most tedious, most dangerous jobs first in most things. Trucking is no exception. All you have to do is make a robot that's slightly better than humans, that crashes slightly less, and all of a sudden, everyone's getting in on it. It's going to be a bad situation. Autonomous driving engineers are squarely focused on long-haul freight. The interstate runs with almost no complexity, save for a slow curve or an easy pass lane. As such, those routes are some of the simpler challenges on the self-driving spectrum. The biggest hurdle may be infrastructure. The short trip from a factory or distribution center to an interstate is usually far more complicated than the next several hundred miles. The same is true once the machine exits the interstate. One solution is for trucking companies to set up transfer stations at either end, where human drivers handle the tricky first leg of the trip and then hitch their cargo up to robot rigs for the tiresome middle portion. Man, that's got to be the most, like, morale crushing moment, like hooking up the robots that are gonna take your job, and you're like, oh, clinging on to this slightly complex like handoff. This is not good. Trucking's market demand index, which measures the ratio of cargo to trucks available, has been running at records highs. That's really interesting. So truckers actually do have a bit of labor, like they got a bit of leverage in this market. Can you believe it, everybody? And yeah, here's the story about Ukraine suspending 11 political parties with links to Russia. Zelenskyy says parties such as Viktor Medvedchuk's Opposition Platform for Life are aimed at division or collusion. Opposition Platform for Life? That sounds kind of sussy. The country's National Security and Defense Council took the decision to ban the parties from any political activity. That's a massive step. That's a very dangerous situation. Like, anytime your defense council is like suspending political activity, not a good situation. They have a war to justify it, so, but most of the parties affected were small, but one of them, the Opposition Platform for Life, has 44 seats, 10% of the Ukrainian parliament. Wow. Quote, the activities of these politicians aimed at division or collusion will not succeed, but will receive a harsh response, Zelenskyy said in a video address on Sunday. Quote, therefore, the National Security and Defense Council decided, given the full-scale war unleashed by Russia and the political ties that a number of political structures have with the state, to suspend any activity of a number of political parties for the period of martial law. The Opposition Platform for Life, Ukraine's biggest opposition party, is led by Viktor Medvedchuk, a pro-Moscow oligarch with close ties to the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Party officials later said the suspension, quote, had no legal basis. The Ukrainian authorities last year charged Medvedchuk, a longtime ally of Putin, who's believed to be the godfather of Medvedchuk's daughter. Whoa, okay. They charged him with treason and placed him under house arrest. Wow. Which pissed off the Kremlin. Ukraine said Medvedchuk escaped house arrest 3 days after Russia started its invasion into Ukraine, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Oh, damn. Yo, this is quite the story. The list of parties banned on Sunday also include the Nashi, Ars party, led by Yevhen Mureyev, as well as a number of smaller parties not represented in the parliament. Prior to the start of the war, unspecified British intelligence claimed that Russia was considering installing Mureyev to lead a Kremlin-controlled puppet government in Kyiv, claims that he strongly denied. Ukraine's decision to suspend a number of parties was slammed by senior Russian officials on Sunday, with the chair of the Duma, Vyacheslav Volodin, saying, quote, it was another mistake made by Zelenskyy that will, quote, divide the country, while ex-president and top security official Medvedev sarcastically wrote that the move would bring Ukraine closer to the West. Lol, got him. Quote, the most democratic president of modern Ukraine has taken another step towards the Western ideals of democracy. By decision of the Council for National Defense and Security, he completely banned any activity of opposition parties in Ukraine. They are not needed. Well done. Keep it up. All right, that's some juicy disinfo, everybody. But yeah, no, pretty interesting though. Imagine having to like kick out 10% of parliament. Oof. Oof. Okay, so this is from the shed. Live from the shed. This is Toronto's.
Yeah, stop by and.
This is Toronto's protest yesterday. So we're just going to kind of look at some of the live footage here. This guy's got a heck of a haircut.
Yeah, please stop by. They were all good with that. We paid for our parking and everything, so.
They paid for their parking, and there's Bob Marley in the background, everybody. It wouldn't be a protest for freedom without Bob Marley playing in the background, everybody. Like, I can't even cover a lot of this just because.
We've got to get out there and help the farmers. Love it. Yeah, right on, eh?
Right on, eh?
Yeah, so many wonderful people here. We got some more freedom merch. Oh, is this Bright Light News or a few different groups? Take Action Canada. All sorts of buttons.
Pretty sure, like it's going to be just a constant DMCA fest, right?
Yeah. Freedom Fighters Canada, guys, check out.
Here we go.
Freedom Fighters Canada. All right, and that's information about the vaccines and such?
That's this one.
Oh, that's the other one.
I'm literally looking up freedom merch right now.
This one is to get people to come to Ottawa, come back.
Oh, you get
Post live event,
the Ottawa events?
Yeah,
there you
all
go.
Ottawa
So
events.
check out Freedom Fighters Canada for Ottawa events.
And this one is where you can report all of your, if you have any vaccine injuries.
So vaccine jury aware.
Oh my god, I want it. It's so good. It's so good, everybody. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. I want this shirt so badly. Oh my god. Truck, yeah, everybody.
Awareness.ca. Yeah, and it's crazy the more people I talk to all day.
I know.
Yeah, because I've been trying to follow all this and I don't hear about it all until you talk to people.
My brother was just telling me, he's been sick for a while. He's been in the hospital, in and out, and they can't figure.
I know, Kraus. It's so thin. That's one thing I thought was a bit odd about it, was she didn't have her welder's bicep, right?
Figure out why, and he's just always puking. And he's like, you know what, Mel? It started 2 months after I got my vaccine. So I was like, I'm going to be here today, and I'm going to find someone who's willing to help you. And this unfortunately is just to report it, and they want to loss them off. But there is another one. I just want to fact check it first before I get it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
This has been fact checked by Dr. Trucker. So.
Okay, good. Good to know. Yeah, thanks for being.
She got chipped too. Yeah, we've all been chipped, everybody.
Here.
You can't escape the Bill Gates chip. We saw that story in Toronto Star. The more you've been chipped, the worse you see Russia. So, QED.
Pretty epic statue. I like it. I really don't come to Toronto very much at all.
What is with that audio? Skip over that. Jesus. No, with the fucking DMCA music.
Want it said. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're here,
Wait,
guys.
is house music DMCA? Yeah, the bad music will continue until morale improves.
Say hi.
Oh god, the audio, it's so compressed. Just let me hear interviews and speeches. I just want to know what it's about.
Yeah, we're going to hear from Christine later on stage.
Man, that fucking music selection is crazy. Bob Marley to EDM to...
Came in from the east, Vermont border.
You joined in with them?
Yeah,
Awesome.
Yeah, we were a resource panel for multiple weeks. I stayed down on Parkway lots of the time.
Oh, right. The line is an idea.
And it was the most beautiful time of my life. And I was there for the...
You have to set up a DMCA workaround? Oh, tell me more, Cluxy. Tell me more.
Those horrific events on...
No, YouTube really claps hard. Twitch, it's not so bad. I rarely get... I actually have never gotten a copyright on Twitch, but YouTube, it's any 10 seconds and you can lose your whole 7-hour stream. It's crazy. Yeah, it's the line is an idea. It's the friends we made along the way. Yeah.
Front of the line with our boys, and that moment in time when we lived that, that was where the line was drawn. And I'm gonna be here till the end. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna make sure we kick those bastards in the balls.
Oh my God, the voice.
Thanks for being here. See you, buddy.
Take care. Have a good day, man.
Someone's asking about Saba. He's speaking at the Windsor event. I don't know.
That was a pretty special moment. The line is an idea, everybody. We don't have to win this battle.
He's speaking at the Windsor event, his hometown, today.
Apparently you set 2 different audio channels for live video and VOD. But the music is coming from this feed. That's the problem. The music is coming from the same feed as the video. But apparently, unless... Oh, okay, I'll look into it. For live video and VOD, then your music only goes to the live feed. Okay, I'm gonna meditate on that, Cluxy. That might work.
Over a month.
Because like even like little background stuff like that, like in the background, I've gotten clap before, and it's like really annoying.
In Windsor? Is that in Windsor? Can't be made that Friday.
And I'm pretty sure like you get enough of them, like it affects your channel. So this is a pretty lame ass protest, everybody. I see like maybe 50, 60.
We got lots of speakers.
Oh, that's a good point. We got to figure out what our words are for the bingo.
Okay, all right. We gotta make sure we clear the stage so that we can make room for this.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate trying to figure that out. I'm like, I got a 40-page paper due in 2 weeks, so it's my main focus. But every now and again, I try to improve the channel.
Speakers, we're really great. We're trying to do stuff peacefully and democratically. We'll pull in our security. It's fine. I'm looking for Ken Wales. Do we have Ken Wales? Is he close? Okay, we want to get all the truckers. Can we have some truckers up here, please? If you know how to drive that rig, man, you're one of the truckers, Bobby. We couldn't have done it without Bobby. We couldn't have done it without our security team. We couldn't have done it without the volunteer fire department that showed up. We couldn't have done it without the volunteer veterans that showed up. And we couldn't have done it without all the volunteer Canadians that showed up and made sandwiches. And they brought blankets and they brought hot paws and they brought hot chocolate. We couldn't have done it without
hot chocolate and hot dogs, everybody. Where would we? This would be a real protest without the hot dogs and hot chocolate. Yeah, just taking a quick look, it looks like it gives me just more fine control over what audio in and audio out is going on. So yeah, that might be a good solution. Thanks, Cluxy.
We got more truckers in. Oh, here comes Benny. Oh, yes. And oh, was it a live streaming party? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
That was being live streamed from every direction.
Don't admit to any crimes.
Shots on the Hill was live streaming. Live from the Shed was live streaming. We had Bright Light News live streaming all the time because we are the media now. Right?
I mean, there's some truth. There's some truth in that. The lame stream media wouldn't record this 5-hour video.
We are done with you. All right. So, Gord, who do I have up first here to speak? Yeah. Any? Do I got Ben? Ben, can you see? Ben and Jay. Oh, Jay's holding a thing. All right. I got Ken Wales. Where's Ken?
Behind you.
Right behind me. Oh.
Before we watch his speech, just a quick promo. Poetry Slam, everybody. This Sunday, Theater St. Cat's. Look at this poster I made. I'm learning how to do visual arts. Yay. Professor of Literature. It's going to be good. Come on out. If you live in Montreal, most of you probably don't. So back to the show.
It's this guy. All right, Ken Wales, he got the honor to take over for one of the drivers who needed to go home on the front line of the first dozen trucks that showed up in Parliament.
He's like trying to get him.
Held the line for us in Ottawa. Let's give it up for Ken.
He's crowding the stage because he's trying to get a good live stream in there. Oh boy.
Freedom!
Freedom! Freedom, everybody.
So,
don't do it.
I would like
Don't eat things, loud tyrant youth. They break and sometimes shoot nails everywhere.
courage to be up here supporting our rights to be free, and because of your presence, everyone else here feels less alone. United we stand, divided we fall.
I literally live beside someone who like avoids his wife and family through construction. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just, yeah, just no matter what city you live in, there's gonna be someone.
Tell you about all of the small details from the time being at Parliament, but rather of the details that made a huge impact on my family's life. I was not there from day one. I was offered.
You know what? Right now, we're recording you, and this guy's pushing me around, and this is a freedom rally.
Belfast, fucking amazing!
Yeah, this is,
oh my god!
Seems a little sus,
Stop! Oh fucking Christ! Roll that shit back! Holy fuck, that's funny.
I was not there from day one. I was offered.
He's blocking the fucking angle for a bunch of people. People are trying to get him to move.
We're recording you, and this guy's pushing me around, and this is a freedom rally. We're here for freedom, not to be pushed around.
Yeah, this is, this seems a little sus, I'm not gonna lie.
Stop. So fucking
looks
stupid.
Like a plant to me.
He's a plant.
It's like high school all over. Yeah. They're quite creative sometimes.
Hey, we'll keep going here.
All dot recovery. Oh, infiltrator. Oh my god, they're unhinged.
I was not there from day one.
Jesus. Like, they can't even do a fucking rally. They're all crowding for the mic because they all want their attention. Oh my god.
I just keep sticking his phone in people's faces. Not respected.
That, my friends, would be Eric. Where's Eric?
Dude.
Eric?
Now this guy's getting in the mix.
Parked in the front line, along some of my true friends of mine here today. A lot of them standing behind me and with me.
He's blocking him with the
is
placard.
where I found unity, strength, courage, and hope. Isaiah 40:29 says, "He gives power to the weak and strength to the powerless."
Look at him.
I heard many of our stories, some sad.
Fucking kneeling. It's. What are you doing?
Some unlifting, but I will take them all with me until the day I meet the Maker.
This is so good. This is so
It wasn't just
good.
one factor that made my choice to stay.
Such great
It
content.
was everyone involved, from the organizers and truck drivers.
Look at this shit show. Absolute cloud show. Yeah, this is too much authenticity, everybody. I think we need to control the media a little more.
Despite how much I miss the family,
what is she doing now?
Bless me for supporting me. I knew this wasn't over until the good Lord said so.
And now they're trying.
My girlfriend had come up to bring me clean clothes. She was also able to bring up the 3 kids. This is where I knew without a doubt.
What the fuck is she
I was
doing?
here where I needed to be. Those kids were bombarded with stickers, hot chocolate, smiles, and hugs.
Yo, these people are absolutely snowflakes. They're just coming apart at the seams.
They also listened and prayed with other families on Parliament Hill. It was indescribable to watch them. It's safe to say that they are proud to be part of this small fringe minority.
Yo, look at this. You can hardly see it. Oh, there you go. I think it's it's Pierre Poilievre, I think, and it says like he will defend us in battle, and he's in a fucking knight's costume with a sword. Oh my god.
This guy's
honestly,
Flannel.
really difficult.
How important it was for me to see them that way, because ultimately we are standing here today for the next.
Look at all this free speech this guy's getting. He asked for free speech. He fucking gonna get it.
And generations to come. What we teach and how we show them now will carry on with them throughout their lives. Don't we want them to be able to have beautiful and fulfilling lives?
Yes.
Aside from seeing all of the young ones smiling and laughing during the weekdays, a lot of us took time getting to know the Canadians who warmed up in our trucks. We built a platform for independent journalists to broadcast all of the real news.
Now nobody can get a shot. Now nobody can watch the live stream because everybody's crowding the stage like a bunch of like, this is like kids trying to do the Christmas anthem and they don't know where they're standing or what the point of it is or why the teacher's trying to get them to sing in harmony. It's just like a giant shit show.
I love you. Sometimes we would simply stand in the middle of a crowd of patriots.
Wow. Whoa. Whoa.
Or sometimes we would simply stand in the middle of a crowd of patriots.
Oh. Did you see that?
Taking all of what we...
He just stole his phone. Oh my god. Yo, love and peace, everybody.
What we wish Canada to be. Those feelings and emotions are...
That's a crime that he just did on the live stream.
Well, just indescribably incredible.
Why are they criming so hard on live TV?
Full of love and unity. I can't tell you how much Ottawa came home with.
Oh, he got it back.
And how much it
He got it back. He lost his spot though.
Our family is so grateful that
censorship. Yeah, that's literal censorship.
Everyone involved in this great movement and all of that is, and all of the hope that it has given us. I know that we are going to get through whatever you want to call this, because we are strong. We are brave. We will not back down, and we know that we deserve to be free.
Bill can't control them. No, these people, you could give them 10 vaccines and they'd still come out like this. Nothing will change their minds. I love that they're probably sitting on a statue where like Canada went and fought fascists. You know, like it's probably a World War II statue.
We may not have the trucks parked in Ottawa, but we have all the piece of Ottawa to share. Plenty to pass around.
She's got a military backpack. Like,
I believe that everyone needs to feel what we felt there and what we are feeling today in order to move forward. Freedom!
Yeah, they're trying to get her to get off this. It must be rude. You shouldn't be probably sitting on that. Mount Dew and Skull protect you from the chips? Really? Is that true, everybody? I can't tell. Please, one of the best TikToks I ever saw was about Carhartt making their employees get vaxxed. And Buddy's like, whoa, Carhartt is making a vaccine? Gotta get it. Ah, be tough as shit. Yeah, okay, all right. It's fucking stupid.
This country needs us to stand together and fight a good fight. As Canadians, we deserve to be free from any evil that our government is trying to push, any evil that the police are told to aggressively enforce, all of the evil that the media is trying to spew out and call it news. I'm going to leave you with this in hopes that you will find comfort, strength, and hope in it like I have. Let's not get rid of doing what is good. At just the right time, we will reap a harvest of blessings if we don't give up. Galatians 6:9. So please don't give up. Faith over fear. Hope for our future. Love for each other.
What was that quote again that we came across, everybody? Fear isn't solved by fact correcting.
Struggling or you know someone who needs to see more to help get through this, do us a favor. Reach out. Follow.
Yo, no, like we have to be very selective, right? Like wit words we're using for freedom bingo. Okay, I'm gonna start working on it.
Families on Instagram, TikTok. Check out Live from the Shed on YouTube for more stories and encouraging words. And don't be afraid to share them. United we stand. Thanks so much for being here. Freedom!
Freedom! Fucking freedom! Freedom! Yeah!
Okay, guys, I'm gonna stop this for about 2 minutes. I want to make it very clear that we want it peaceful. So now.
Okay, what words? What words do we got, everybody? What words?
Let me say something.
Freedom is in the middle. Freedom's just like a free one. Oh, fuck. I gotta pick a different. Bingo Baker? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay.
I want everybody removed.
We'll make this. We'll make this together. Okay. It's a freedom bingo, right? It literally says free, but you know, we'll finish it. Okay, freedom. Okay, what are our words, everybody? We don't want to get totally wasted. Okay, we want to be able to watch about an hour to 2 hours. I don't know if this is a protest. Yeah, I don't want to get fucking wasted. Think we might be hammered within 30 minutes. We want to try to last 1 to 2 hours. because then I can have like an actual stream, you know, or cook food or whatever. Freedom, you don't drink because that's psychotic. And every time you get a word, you drink and you mark your spot, right? So everybody can play. And if you get bingo, then you don't have to drink the next round. You can drink at your own pace. So there's like a reason to win, right? So what do we have here? We got like Let's Go Brando. Word for bingo is evil. Simon, you're gonna take this entertainment and you're gonna like it, okay? This is this is the dollar store entertainment, okay? Evil or are you saying evil is one of the words? Like, or are you saying bingo is evil? Bingo's not evil. Yeah, medical tyranny. Just make it a bit harder. Medical tyranny. Okay. What else do we got? We got to see the Canadian flag on a hockey stick, obviously. Like a couple before evil in tyranny. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. No, add the word evil. Yeah, I got you. Okay, what else do we have? What, Pierre Poilievre or like we're not racist or something? Maybe. I'll put an asterisk on other ones I'm not too sure about, like if it's good enough. Yeah, medical tyranny / segregation, make that one a bit easier. Okay, this is gonna be a fun stream. All right, I'm already getting excited. We need a better background, like a Canadian flag or something. What else do we need? Like hot dogs? Like hot chocolate or something? No. How about Bob Marley playing in the background? I find that kind of funny. Asterix. What else do we got? Oh, horns. Horns blaring. That's an easy one. Like a truck horn. We need... Oh, I know. I got a good one. The one saying they're putting vaccines in the food. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I want to put like specific conspiracy theories, like the Bill Gates one or whatever. But what, like an unreadable placard, just like filled with text. Those ones make me laugh. Or unreadable sign filled with text. There you go. Peaceful. Yeah, that's a really good one. This is a peaceful protest. Oh, free speech. Free speech. Okay. What else we got? Maybe we try it by 4x4. Oh, but then we don't get our free spot. We need our free spot. Something to do with God. Not being obstructive. Oh yeah, how about something like obey the law? Like back the blue or... You know what I mean? That's one that's come up a lot. Yeah, exactly, right? Like cross or Bible reference. Cross or Bible. Yeah. Peaceful. We got that one. Peaceful protest. Upside down Canadian flag. There's a good one. I would love to see like the Gadsden flag or like another one of those, like Infowars or Gadsden flag. Don't tread on me. Don't tread on me. Or let's just put Infowars flag and then don't tread on me. There's another one. There we go. Content. Like, are we gonna get some serious original convo stuff back? No, it's never gonna. I don't know. I feel like it's really changed. Like it's complaints about gas prices will be really funny. Trudeau is a dictator. Do we have that one? We have like medical tyranny, or how about overthrow the government? like anti-government stuff. Ah, yeah, of course. Fake, lame stream news. Or it should be just fake news. Something like that, fake news. Hey, we're almost there. And it can be public. Perfect. What else do we got? Like Russell Brand or Nazis. Just the word, just Nazis. At some point, Nazis is gonna come up. All right. What else we got? MAGA merch, yeah. So we gotta have like a Trump flag, like Trump 2024. Trump 2024. Oh fuck, we're almost done. Bob Marley's a tough one because of the DMCA thing. So like 3 or 4 more left. Fauci, maybe? We see Fauci anywhere? Yeah, like Q stuff. Maybe just QAnon can have its own. And what about like My Body, My Choice? There's a good one. Okay, let's change the Bob Marley one, and then we're done. So, will be, oh yeah, desecration. Somebody desecrates something, like we just saw. Okay, we got it, everybody. We have ourselves a thing. Generate. Does it work? Okay, everybody, tell me if you can access this. Oh, I should put it in the restream. Sorry. Okay. If it works, then yeah, we'll plan probably next weekend for probably next Saturday, because then I can get trashed. Fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, so hopefully this lasts a week, and then okay, yes, it is. Okay, totally unlimited. So I don't know what the limitations are. We have 30 players. You have to call 8 items. Okay, cool. That seems pretty good. Print 8 pages. Don't need to print. You can even just download this, and then I have it. And then I can just redistribute it as I need. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, let's go. Okay, I'll figure out a way to. Awesome, brilliant, cool. So if that link goes dead, I'll probably re-upload this to Imager, just so that we have like a really reliable copy in case we get like blocked out by that site I found. I wrote Freedom Bimbo, Freedom Bingo, patent pending. But that's gonna be fun. Okay, so yeah, next Saturday, we all going to get crunk. I gotta know what I'm drinking though. I don't want to drink PBR. What? Maybe Carling? Carling is a trucker beer. Bingo, bimbo. Yeah, bing bong. All right, cool. That was a lot of fun.
On this platform, the only person that speaks here is the MC and the speaker. Please respect the people. So please, I want everybody, if you're not speaking, to be on the side, and I want it done now so we can continue this.
Yeah, look at this stage. Absolutely crowded.
Please, hold on. I want everybody, John, please. I love you, brother. You know I respect you. You got to do for me, brother. I want everybody, including these guys.
Civility.
Okay. John, please.
I went and told the police there was got someone trying to storm the stage. They're going to send
Freedom! It's so reliable. Freedom. Yo, I recognize that guy. I recognize that dude from the Ottawa protests.
To infiltrate our demonstrations. If anyone is acting bizarrely aggressive, you can assume they have been paid, and we need to circle them and move them out.
Whoa, lady, I don't think you can do that legally. You can't just move people against their will, like encircle them and, you know, arrest them. That's kind of not legal.
This is a peaceful protest, and we're holding the line. If anybody is acting strange, they are not one of us, and they do not belong here. Not today, Satan.
Not today, Satan. Oh, God. What do we say to Satan? Not today.
Our crane truck driver. Where is Benny? We could not
Huddle the line is in our minds.
have done it without our stage truck. Our beautiful stage truck is he was just right behind me. I think he's going to do security for a moment. You know, he's an MVP in many ways.
Wait, what?
What about Harold? I got a Harold? Oh, Benny's right here. Benny from Elmo.
Yeah, it's like some of the content gold you only get by like watching the live streams, like that dude getting his phone stolen. Like you don't find that shit. It rarely goes viral, but it's often amazing because it's just so sincere and ridiculous at the same time.
Ontario, he is now the poster boy. He is going to be our July for our trucker calendar.
Wait, what?
He doesn't know that yet. He's like, what?
The line moved a lot of times that day. Yeah, ideas change. You know, they're open-minded, Loud Tyrant Youth. That's all that is.
And he is the owner of the famous boom truck that we will one day put at the War Museum, covered in gold, because we could not have gained all of this territory had it not been for our famous crane truck. Benny, come take the mic. Everybody give Benny some love.
Oh, yeah, love him, buddy.
Thank you, brother.
Love. Lovely love.
Thank you for coming out.
Truck, yeah!
Can you just come down? No, we don't want
The
more
torch has
people.
been passed on to you guys. You guys are the convoy now. We have to keep rolling with this. This is beautiful. This is what kept us in Ottawa. I love you guys. And keep doing these rallies. Keep doing convoys. Fly those flags. I love it. It's so beautiful. This is honestly what kept me in Ottawa. So just keep it up. Love your neighbor. Love the guys that are trying to disturb stuff. You know, we don't need to get violent. So
Covered
I love
in
you.
gold?
I don't have much to say. I'm not a public speaker, so. The flag that I was flying in Ottawa was given to me by somebody in government who received it from the Canadian government. It flew on the Peace Tower in 2015. So if anybody knows where it is, get to Bright Light News and they'll get it to me. Thank you.
Truck, yeah, we need more cowbell.
We're going to keep this rolling. I've got Harold Junker behind me, another trucker from downtown. He is a thankful husband.
I do believe I am not high enough for the shit, so I'm gonna be right back.
And there's 13 children, 13, like they used to do it back in the old days. One grandchild, he's the owner of Junker Trucking Incorporated in Niagara, and he was a convoy captain, and we couldn't have done it without the convoy captains. Everybody give it up for Harold Junker!
Wow.
That's a tough question, Loud Tart Youth, because prices have shot up, so I have no idea what the fuck. Maybe I'll make drunken chicken. I should make drunken chicken. That's a good idea.
More nervous speaking to a crowd like this than I did when I had to do Fox News Live with Sean Hannity. It was unbelievable, the experience that we experienced in Ottawa. Being the first truck into Ottawa, leading the Niagara convoy in was a humbling experience. Unbelievable when you leave Fort Erie, go to Niagara on the lake, and then you talk to the police in Hamilton, and he's like, Harold, how many trucks do you have with me? And I'm like, I have no idea.
Dude stopped counting after 12. He's like, I don't know, man, only got 10 fingers and 10 toes.
Unbelievable how many Canadians stood for hours waiting on bridges in a snowstorm with Canadian flags tied to their hockey sticks. Oh, raise it up!
Oh wait, what's a really classic? What are these people eating? What's a freedom dish all these people would eat? Drunken chicken is a good idea, just because I've never done it before, and I'll be drunk. But what's something that maybe is more topical?
Meeting so many people, hearing so many stories of pain and suffering was heart-wrenching. Dealing with loneliness is not what society is meant to have happening to it.
Oh God.
This is what we should be doing. We should be celebrating, receiving hugs, high fives, and fist bumps constantly from our neighbors.
You hear that? That's the real problem. There haven't been enough fist bumps. There haven't been enough fist bumps and fucking hugs, everybody.
And it was awesome and wonderful to experience that in Ottawa.
Wait, is that an actual quote you heard? Can you hold my socks, man?
I wasn't going to break up. Thanks for the people coming to Ottawa, supporting us in ways that we could not even imagine. Unbelievable how we truck drivers got fed by Canadians. We were fed better and had better quality of food.
You need the toes, of course. That's fucking funny.
Then when we're on the road ourselves, buying cheap donuts and quick coffees, getting a V8 in a care package. Unbelievable.
A V8?
Are you kidding me? We need to keep this momentum going.
What?
We need to keep the pressure on the government.
Isn't a V8 like a fucking engine? A big engine?
To know the truth. The public needs to know the truth. And we need to move forward as a society. Above all, I want to thank our God and Father for the blessings.
Imagine looking at a cop who asked how many trucks you were with, and you're asking him to hold your socks. Okay, all right.
That he showed to us in Ottawa, the guiding that
bro is holding that cross up. Like, that takes serious strength.
Happened in Ottawa from his hands was unbelievable.
Oh, maybe it's the vegetable stuff. This guy's just got a cowboy stance.
The Canadian anthem has a command in it. Stand on guard.
For thee. For others. Stand on guard for thee. It's about sacrifice. It's about personal sacrifice for the nation. It's not about your stupid little cause.
We need to follow that. And this is encouraging.
And it's pretty militaristic and nationalistic. I don't know, man.
When we see what's around us, we are standing on guard for Canada.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this fucking dude.
And it also...
You're in the shot.
Also has a prayer in it.
The daylight, it hurts my eyes. Oh, Paradigm. Good morning, my guy.
God, keep our land
How late were you up last night?
Glorious and free. And just on a personal note.
Wait, why not? Without you? Bro, I smoke. If I was waiting on people to smoke weed, I would not get through the day. Oh, Jesus.
I want to thank the Canadians who sent us socks and underwears. Because I'm wearing them.
Oh, God, no.
God
bless. That's how we know he couldn't count. He's wearing the socks, everybody. Loud Tyrant Youth is memeing on a joke that this dude can't count past. He couldn't count all the trucks because he couldn't use his toes. because he's wearing all these socks that people donated. I don't know why she's asking if you can count to 10. We all know you sharp motherfucker. Mountain brain broke because man is lurking. You don't know how hard he's lurking. Maybe he stopped doing his own thing. Freedom! Does he not have the freedom to lurk however he damn well pleases? Hey, look, a sign with too many words.
Yeah, we do. We love our truckers. We couldn't have done this without our truckers. You know what they did? They showed us we weren't alone. Right? We showed.
This is, I will say this again and again. It's a found my people moment. These people are like, fuck yeah. And look, it's kind of diverse, actually. It's like only 85% white instead of 95. You believe everyone is everywhere, loud tired youth? No.
Up in Ottawa and looked to the right and looked to the left and said, oh my God, I'm not by myself.
This is definitely a very white audience. Oh my God. But yeah, there's a few.
I was the only one in my small hometown. And then there ended up to be hundreds of thousands of us.
There was not hundreds of thousands, lady. Y'all cannot count. What the fuck?
Yeah, those
oh my God.
Facebook algorithms have been keeping us apart, because otherwise we would have known sooner.
The present times require us to inoculate against the hate that divides us.
One of the things, here you go, boss. Here, I'll take the bottom one.
This poem is
one of the things that the government said after, we were doing these trucker protests, they're trying to overthrow the government. They're trying to overthrow the government.
I mean, that's something to be worried about.
Yeah, like with what? Bouncy castles and air horns. That's our big... when we were holding the line and they started throwing...
They held the line, everybody.
Tear gas at us and pepper spray and rubber bullets and, right? Kristen, yeah, she was right there. I saw her. She was right in the thick of it.
That guy was in the thick of it. I recognize him.
And what did we do in response? We held the line. We did a lot of praying. That's right, brother. We did a lot of praying. And we threw a snowball. I heard that that's what we did. Those were our great countermeasure moves. So we're overthrowing the government with bouncy castles and snowballs.
Oh, how do we not have a fuck Trudeau flag?
That was Trudeau's emergency. What a joke. But now he's going to take on Vladimir Putin. Like, we got it. Oh, yeah, big man in the house now. All right, can't even handle some truckers. One of the guys who was up at the front of the line was this gentleman behind me, and his name is Dave, and he's got a live stream that y'all need to be tapped into called Shots by Hill. Can I have my... okay,
yeah, I've watched Shots by Hill.
That's the other guy. That's the other live streamer. This is Austin. Shots by Hill. Get your shit together, Bethan. He was in Ottawa. I remember watching it like some...
She just tell him to get his shit together?
Live streams from this guy in his truck, and he's like, oh my God, the cops are here. They're like, this outside my truck. And he kept it exciting. He kept it fiery, and he loves his family now. Oh my God. Nobody is more in love with the freedom-fighting family than Austin. Austin, you want to take it? This microphone has COVID on it for sure. It's a super spreader.
Y'all laughing, but if you're all using the same microphone, you know that term "eat the mic"? People do that. They do eat the mic. They do like eat the mic.
What's going on, beautiful people? I just want to address a couple things before I get into this speech. We are here.
Yeah, we should revise it a little bit. Yeah.
To show support and love to everybody that's out here. So, let's just keep that in mind. Show respect to everybody that's out here. Show respect to the monument that we're here. Where there's no need to stand on it. There's no need to sit on it. We're out here for...
Every time it's like at these protests, they have to repeat the most kindergarten level of being proper, of being civil. Don't climb on the sacred stuff. It's sacred. Like, I think 9-year-olds get that. It's pretty easy. And it's just like, can we stop? We're feeding the lamestream media. We're helping. It's like, no, just stop doing the farting and the pissing and the shitting. Like, please stop.
Respect, and that's what we need to continue showing from here on out, because it takes one person in this crowd to be a plant, and for someone to take a picture of that, to make everybody in Queen's Park look like terrible people. And that is not what we are. We are a family out here. We stand together with one another, and we need to make sure that we deal with the situations properly. No violence, peace and love. If we didn't do any violence with the police when they did violence on us, we can handle a counter protester that's out here today, guys. I just keep the peace and keep the love. Let's keep the energy high. And
I mean, the thing that I find funny is that it wasn't a counter protester. It was just a dude shuffling for a shot who's annoyed that he was trying to get a really good shot, like up close, and someone else is like, yo, you're blocking the shot for everybody else. And that was where the conflict started. Like, that was my read of the situation. We didn't do any violence. My English is normal. Wait, what's wrong with my English? It's my first language.
Let's not lose focus on what we're here for, guys.
The internet. Oh, the guy.
I actually wrote something down today.
Oh,
I don't do
wow.
this often. I normally speak from the heart, but I just want to start off with saying today I need you guys to trust and fall in love with the process. There will be plenty of opportunities to get discouraged and lose our passion and think that it's not meant to be. But if we're going to reach our destiny, we have to have a made-up mind. If we give up after the first, the fifth, or the seventh time...
Trust the process. Yes. Oh, fuck. That should be in the bingo one, too. Oh, hold the line. Fuck. Oh, so many good ones.
What does that really mean? It means that we didn't fight hard enough for what we believe in. So today, guys, I want you guys to keep...
The second derivative. Is that a math joke? We don't take too kindly to math jokes in this here chat.
Mindset. I want you guys to continue to show love and continue to show support to the convoys and to the rallies that are happening worldwide, because it's because of these truckers that are out here today. Huge shout out to all of them. We love you guys with all our heart. You guys are the ones that lit the torch, and you guys are the ones that passed it to us. And now it's our turn as individuals to keep that torch lit and to continue the fight until the end, because this is not over, and we have made a statement in this world.
Oh no! Oh, rightist audio.
I'm not gonna give up, guys.
Right-wing audio.
I have plans myself to head out to BC, to the BC convoy that's going on out
in Victoria.
There. So if you guys want to tune into that, hopefully within the next couple weeks,
that's like
Shaq,
$1,000 ticket.
And a couple other streamers are going to be carpooling out there together.
Oh, they're carpooling!
Out west. And
yo! Okay, that's based. This guy's awesome.
Single one of you guys out here.
That's like a 3-day drive.
Big truck, yeah, from me to you guys, man. Just stay positive, stay
Big truck,
happy.
yeah. Oh, look at her. She's so happy.
You guys are all amazing,
She's
man.
so happy.
I love you guys.
Aww. Yo, the speeches are where it's at. There's no truck horns. We can hear everything besides like the crappy audio. Like, this is pretty good.
One of the things that on the very last day when the cops were approaching and I was on the stage and one of my colleagues was talking to the police officers and they were pushing in and I was on the microphone and I kept saying to people, guys, there's more of us than there are of them.
Austin's gonna take over for me.
There's more of us than there are of them. And nothing made the sergeant more angry. He's like, get that one off the microphone. You know, because they don't want us to know that there's more of us than there are of them.
I love you guys, man. You guys are awesome.
Legislatures, and we can circle courthouses, and we can keep...
That's scary. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Circling legislatures and judiciaries. Like, that's your vibe. Woo! It isn't like taking back the streets or overthrowing our corporate overlords. It's let's fucking intimidate our institutions of democracy. What the fuck?
Let's squeeze on and keep the pressure
Is that Mitch?
going.
That's not Mitch.
You know, this rain is nothing. We were in minus 35. What's a little rain?
100%.
True. Oh my God. Stop.
We are Canadians and we are hardcore.
Real hardcore, eh?
All right, where's Dave? He's worked in HVAC and now he's kind of a going celebrity. He showed up in Ottawa to show a flag in support of the truckers, and he ended up staying for a month. He's serving as a street captain on Wellington, and now he's a world-famous streamer with Live from the Shed.
Bro, this is why we have to really do our best to be kind to others and like always try to think empathetically, because sometimes you're just born to a fucking nutso. Like you did not get dealt a fair deck. And you're gonna turn out a little weird. There's nothing really for it. And so like, sometimes you can like kind of save those people or whatever. Maybe they'll go through a rebellion phase and define themselves in opposition to their mom. But yeah, sheesh, holy fuck.
Streams for like 4 hours straight while he's trying to sell merchandise.
Like I have a hard enough time with my dad, and he's just a bog standard conservative. He's just like a dyed-in-the-wool normal conservative, and I struggle with it. Like I'm a lefty, and it's just like imagine having someone really in it. Like they spend their days on Facebook. It's oh fuck.
Amazing.
We love you!
After the police raided the shed, he was arrested, but he continues to work and share the truth with all the great heroes who came to Ottawa. You can follow his reporting on YouTube.
And on to Marilych, there's some news from a little bit ago. Medicine Hat, Alberta. Supporters greet convoy organizer Tamara Lich as she returns to southern Alberta. This is Lethbridge News Now, just a local news agency. A large crowd of people gathered near the Harley-Davidson store. Of course. Why am I surprised? To welcome convoy organizer Tamara Lich back to the nearby city of Medicine Hat Saturday afternoon. At the gathering, flags were flown and the crowd sang, "Oh, Canada! Truck yeah!" as Lich greeted the crowd, embracing some with a hug. Lich is known for being one of the primary organizers of the convoy protest in Ottawa. She was arrested on February 17th on a charge of counseling to commit mischief. What a Canadian fucking charge. She was granted bail with a bond set at $25,000. Dang.
Live from the shed, we have Dave.
From the shed. Hey guys,
2 to 3 months? Stop. I mean, I wonder if they're like trying to do Occupation 2, right? Like, just like a bigger, badder, better version. They already had a pretty good way of getting into the downtown core. Maybe they just like do like a creep. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, I should clear my sources. Holy shit, that's a lot of sources. Oh my god. We did a lot of news today, everybody. The Georgia Strait. The Georgia Strait. What the fuck is that? Is that like the state of Georgia? Freedom Convoy organizer James Bowder announces plans for a large convoy to Victoria to fight vaccine mandates. He's dubbed it Bear Hug BC and says it could go on for 2 to 3 months. I don't know where I am. I was just trying to remember people's names. Yeah, like the source helps us understand like the lens that this is being seen through. James Bowder and his wife Sandra founded Canada Unity. Okay, so that's who we're trying to follow. They even have a website, everybody. Putting unity into community. Huh? Everybody? Huh? Do you see what they did there? I much prefer Calm Unity's take on that, where it's calm unity, where it's all about improv and making beautiful music. Okay, Canada Unity. Our mission is to find and promote the common bonds of unity, all caps, that our great creator, all caps, shares. Our belief is that despite all the differences that we have allowed to define us. Wait, what? Our belief is that despite all the difference that we have allowed to define us. Stop. Fuck. You need an editor. Canada shares common struggles and triumphs. Okay. It is time. Whoever you are, whatever your political, religious, race, or gender orientation, based and inclusive, okay, we know that you have a story to tell that will touch someone's heart. If you have a story of triumphs, struggles, woes, or any other challenges, just know we stand with you. Oh, interesting. Click here for bear hug information. It looks so fucking like, oh, there's a podcast, Canada's freedom. Oh God, everybody, I'm clicking the links. Clicking the links. We're going deeper. We're going deeper. Bear Hug BC. Mission statement. Bear Hug BC is a project launched under yeah. This is the problem. I will go down that rabbit hole. I will fucking dive head first. Let's go. Bear Hug BC is a project launched under Canada Unity and its platform. Ooh, good question. No. Free webinar. Links to Rumble. Your Spot. What the fuck is Your Spot? What the fuck is Your Spot? What the hell is this? Oh God, where am I? Where am I? What is Your Spot? What the fuck? It's Your Spot. Okay, obviously. That's self-explanatory, I guess. It's not even information about it. News Direct. A new social media platform available for Apple. Okay, they have a commercial. Fucking Christ, this is... God damn it, Loud Tired Youth. What did you do? What did you send me down?
Wasn't social media supposed to be the place where you can find friends, connect with your family, and build community? We think it's time to get back to the basics. Imagine a virtual community not focused on politics, bigotry, hatred, and division. No, this community is centered around family, friends.
Bro.
Is centered around family.
Bro. That's who you show when you say the word family, bro.
Friends.
Bro.
Unity and connection. You see, we're not mad at social media. We're just disappointed. So we built something better. Take a look around. Can you see it? A new way to connect is here. We're not in competition with the other guys. We're just here to provide another option. One with security, unity, and freedom from censorship.
Freedom! Freedom from censorship, everybody. It's a private company that's giving you a media platform. There's no way that could head towards censorship.
A social revolution is looming. This is your spot.
Okay.
The time
I have to
now.
make.
The wait is over. Create a free account now. We'll see you on the inside.
Oh, fuck, I have to. Yo, I hear Meta's gone, right? Meta's ancient. 3,000 views. Oh, no. Oh, do I make an account, everybody? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. Oh, I think I'm going to make an account. I don't know how I don't. Like, come on. The memes. The memes alone. Oh my fucking God. I fucking love it. It's so fucking good. It's so good. It's so good. Unity. Yeah, okay. Oh my God. Okay. Maybe that's gonna be sorry, this is such a dumb. I'm in such a bad place right now. My life is falling apart, everybody. Give me money. My life is falling apart. Give me money and I'll do this. That's how this entertainment relationship works. It's the bad place. Yeah, give me money, donos, and I'll go into the bad place. I think that's how this parasocial relationship's supposed to work or something. That's what the capitalism tells me I have to do. Oh boy, okay, all right, back to the news, I guess. Oh jeez. Okay, we're going to be occupying that area for 2 to 3 months, James Bowder said on Rumble from Ottawa, Ontario. This is a very intense, deeply rooted NDP Liberal stronghold down there, and they've had their way for too long. So he knows it's not his audience. The sunken place? Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yo, I'm gonna... Yours... What is it? Your spot? Like, we gotta pick a day? Like Monday? And it's exclusively your spot content. I think the problem, though, is that it's going to be so small, it's going to be hard to mine, hard to, like, build up, you know, a big link tree. BC Ferries requires passengers to wear masks on board its vessels. Bowder is the founder of Canada Unity and was one of the organizers of Freedom Convoy 2022 to Ottawa. Now he's setting his sights on Victoria because BC is one of the provinces that still requires people to wear masks in indoor spaces. Can you believe it? That's what fires a fucking... That's what gets a fire under their undies. With everyone being arrested. Well, you know, not all questions are created equal, loud tyrant youth, you know. The plan is for multiple rolling convoys between 100 and 200 in size. They're quoting him a lot. So let's see if we can just find his thing on Rumble itself. Rumble.com. Wait, what the fuck? James Bowder? Convoy update? January? Damn. Weird. How did they get this? Maybe he put it on his your spot, and that's why we can't find it. Okay, quote. It's time that we get down there and show them what the laws are, and not your opinions, folks, Bowder declared. There is so many laws. That's how you know he's francophone. There is so many laws that our government has violated. The media is supporting the breaking of these laws, and society has got to start getting back to the right side of the law and defending ourselves legally via lawsuits. He insisted that, quote, everything that we're going to do is going to be 100% legal. We will not be doing any blockades. We will not be doing any occupying movements or anything like that. Oh, wow. Sounds like they properly clapped. Run into spring break traffic? Oh, yeah. Good point. Bowder. Wait, no. Spring break just happened. We just had our March break. It's over. I took it off. I relaxed. It was great. In his social media post, Bowder said that the convoy to Victoria will begin in Thunder Bay. Are you really? March 7th? So that was a while ago. And they stopped in Dryden, Ontario, Winnipeg, Moose Jaw, Calgary, Kamloops, and Surrey? Okay, that's pretty crazy. That's a long trip. There are already 7 semis en route? Oh, God. There will be 16,000 hamburgers available. Amazing. U.S. spring break in mid-April? Yeah, I figured you were talking about USA. Quote, Canada, we really do have to support BC right now. It's one of the hardest hit provinces. All those mask mandates and science loving. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay.
It's my hill here. We're on live from the Shed's YouTube channel. You're getting me all emotional. I cry way too easy. Thank you so much.
Listen to this soy boy melt. Cry more. Cry.
It's a real privilege to be here. The first time I ever climbed into a big rig, I was just a kid.
Oh my God, look at that paper. Okay, that's beautiful. The poet in me actually finds this beautiful. This is something absolutely gorgeous, where someone has written something that they find important, and they need to get the words off the page, but the page is suffering because it's raining, because it's sweaty and over crumpled from anxiety, from sweaty hands. This is something you see a lot in poetry slams, where like a new poet is coming up to the stage and they got like the shaky leaf. Same here, bud. I was too small when I first got okay, I'm not giving you a bad accent. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, like, my stepdad was a trucker. He used to drive just a cube van. So not totally the same thing, but he used to drive, you know, he'd wake up at 5, 6 in the morning and drive like hundreds of kilometers in one direction to drop off like candy, vachon cakes, and then drive hundreds of kilometers back, come home at like 11 at night, just like was gone the whole day. It was a crazy job.
There's a feed truck driver in my area. He let me come along for a ride with him. The sound of the engine, the view from the cab, and all those glorious horns.
Well, the engine like just lulls you to sleep, right? Like it gets so warm in there. The road is so boring. It's so peaceful and quiet, and you got that engine humming. It's really easy to sleep in. Yeah, I see that for sure.
What more could a boy want? But more powerful and impactful to me than that truck was the man behind the wheel. His simple wisdom and humility made a deep impact on me that will never be forgotten.
I love you, bro.
Thank you, truckers.
He's talking about driving though. Like, let's be real. Like, this isn't like some revelation. This isn't like he dunked me into a water and all my sins were cleansed. But
being alone, having friends fear spending time with me, missing endless events, and eventually being denied access to businesses, and from even cheering on my local hockey team because of my personal health choices. I heard about the convoy. I feared to hope, but hope I did, that finally someone somewhere would stand up for me.
Bro's on the verge of tears.
Thank you, truckers.
Freedom! Oh God, sorry. I'm blowing up the mic. Yeah, he's gulping. He's doing the big gulp. The big, you know, guys. The thing I find so amazing is that, like, you know, trucking is based and everything, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's a transportation method that might last maximum 100 years. Right? Compared to like the horse and buggy, or what like autos might end up, you know, might be the, you know, auto trucks might end up lasting for hundreds of years and completely replace truckers. So like I see this as kind of such a weird thing to make sacred. It's based, it's cool, but it's not like sacred. It's not like something you base a whole community off of. It's really weird.
On a cold day in January, I drove out to an overpass, fully prepared to be the only one, hoping to catch a glimpse of these brave souls.
Look at him shake.
As I approached the overpass, I saw flashes of red and white.
Oh my God,
she's so big. My eyes began to water as a sea of flags filled my vision.
Yo, my eyes are starting to water. Look at this support. Oh my God.
Because I was not alone. Thank you, truckers.
Yes, sir. Let's fucking go.
By the best that Canada has to offer. The truckers now had names. The sea of flags became a book of stories.
I'm not crying. You're crying. I'm not crying. You're crying. It's the snow.
Stories of our fellow Canadians, my brothers and sisters, who were pushed to the fringe and demonized by our leaders for the crime of wanting freedom.
Freedom. Yeah, there it is.
Horns heard around the world changed all of that, and we are fringe no more. Thank you, truckers.
Truck, yeah. Freedom.
As the guns were loaded and the
oh my God, his voice is cracking.
Went up as the guns were loaded and the troops began to move in, crushing those in their way.
What the fuck?
I was afraid. I came so close to walking away right then, but as I looked around at our drivers, sitting proudly in their rigs, their names and their numbers plastered on the doors for the entire world to see, wanting and prepared to sacrifice themselves for me. The peace which transcends all understanding took hold of me, and I sat down and I awaited my arrest. Thank you, truckers.
Truck, yeah.
Truck, yeah. As the oppressive mandates begin to fall like a house built upon the sand, our politicians will try to take the glory. The same politicians who sought to divide us and crush all who disagree will claim to be the ones who saved us. When they try to ask for our thanks, we will know what to say. We will say, thank you, truckers! When every family is reunited, when every job is restored, when every child's smile is able to shine once more, when our
tears for an entirely different reason. Yeah, this is pretty painful.
Flag is not a crime, but a symbol of hope and freedom to the whole world. And when we reclaim the true north strong and free, what will we say? Thank you, truckers! What will we say?
Oh my God, how did we miss that in our bingo? Thank you, truckers. Oh my God, I didn't know it was a fucking, like, mic drop moment. Bro.
Thank you, truckers!
Let's go.
What will we say? Thank you, truckers! Thank you so much. God bless you guys.
Holy fuck, he went hard, everybody. Fucking drops the mic.
From the shed.
Hey man, stay right there. I just want to say that was absolutely incredible. You're a fucking beautiful human being. You have a heart on your gold. And man, continue to do what you're doing because you're an absolute beauty, man. The thing you're doing for the people is just incredible, man.
And you know what?
I love you, bro.
The first meme that went out about
much love, man.
6 hours later.
Yeah, that's a great moment. You just finished a great poem. People are giving you fist bumps, you know, giving you slaps. Yo, it's good shit. You know, the show's over. People hang around like, yo, your poem really did this or that for me. You know, I've never seen this. It's a nice feeling. It's a good feeling. Words can do magical stuff.
One of the people from this group got a phone call from the police, and they're like, I hear that you guys are doing a convoy. Can we have some details about the convoy? They are watching us, and even the threat of a convoy, of a four-wheeler convoy, I mean, we can come in lawnmower convoy. It's going to get them nervous. We are going to continue making them nervous, very, very nervous until these mandates.
Okay, I'm starting to get really hungry, and I've been thinking a lot about what to make on Saturday for that drinking stream, and I think it's going to be this. Let's watch. We're going to take a little detour, everybody. I'm going to make everybody hungry for lunch.
Today we're making a classic Sichuan dish, laziji, or spicy Sichuan chicken. Our buddy Adam, who owns a popular restaurant in Beijing, is obsessed with this dish and makes a really awesome version. So let me actually hand it over to him to take you through this.
All right, thanks, Chris. So this version that we're about to eat is an amalgamation. It's one that, over the years, I've adapted by combining elements of my favorite versions of this dish served in restaurants from Chengdu to New York. In fact, I love this version so much that I serve pretty much exactly this in my restaurant in Beijing.
Let's go.
When I make this dish at my restaurant, I use chicken breast cut into roughly 2-centimeter cubes and strips because boneless chicken is easier to eat and gives more yield.
Gotcha.
But today we're going to do this the authentic way, with chicken on the bone, cleaved into little bits of bone and meat. Just get
I do not have a cleaver like that.
Rid of the bad stuff and trim off the excess skin. For our marinade, we're adding equal parts light soy sauce and Chinese cooking wine, or liaojiu. Cover the chicken and let it sit in the refrigerator for at least 3 hours, and overnight is just fine.
Cool, gotcha.
Soak some unsalted peanuts in hot water for about 10 minutes to get the skin to come off easily, and peel them. It's actually a lot easier to get the skin off by simply scooping up a handful and rubbing it between your palms. And actually, Chris already knew this and talked about this in one of his previous videos, which I believe was the...
That's what I've been doing wrong. I've been trying to rub it with my hands, but one at a time. You're supposed to do multiple? Oh, okay, that makes sense.
The one on Gongbao Jiding, or Kung Pao chicken, but
So
by this point we've had a few beers and it took a minute to remember that that was a technique that we both knew, so just trust us. So deep fry the now cleaned peanuts in oil. We're using peanut oil at about 170.
Has anyone ever had deep fried peanuts? So crunchy, so crunchy.
70 degrees Celsius. Now, given that we'll be working with raw chicken, this is where I'd instruct my staff to put on a fresh pair of kitchen gloves. But as it turns out, Steph has really small hands.
Lol.
And she's the only one with gloves here, so we're just going to move ahead. So we're going to be working with half of a chicken. Drain the marinade from the meat, add an egg and half a cup of cornstarch.
Oh.
Stir or mix it together until you get about this texture.
Oh.
You can add more cornstarch if it starts to feel like the breading's not quite dense enough.
Weird.
Deep fry the chicken in small batches at 180 degrees Celsius until it's browned. Roughly about 5 minutes should be enough if your oil is hot enough.
Okay.
One thing that's really important is to use your spatula while you fry to separate the pieces of chicken that might have stuck together.
Yeah.
When the chicken is just the right color, take it out of the oil and let it sit on paper towels while you prepare the rest of your ingredients.
My man's cooking with like 2 liters of oil.
Now we're ready to prep the dish itself. Cut 6 or 7 garlic cloves and 2 inches of ginger into rough, thin slices.
Okay.
Set those aside and cut some cilantro and green onion into 2-inch strips. We only need the green part of the onion, but save the rest for later.
Okay.
Anyway, set this aside in an ice water bath.
Oh.
It's time to build our spice plate. Chili powder. This is the spiciest we could find in our local market. Sugar, about half a teaspoon. Salt, 1/4 teaspoon is enough. And notice these chili peppers in the middle. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Over here we have powdered chicken bouillon, just a pinch.
Weird.
MSG to help scare away your hippie friends.
Gotta have
and
MSG.
a nice amount of
I'm a hippie, dude. MSG's based.
fresh or toasted Sichuan pepper. The next
It's racist not to like MSG.
3 minutes are going to be chaos, especially when you're making this dish in an actual Sichuan restaurant with one of those airplane engine gas burners. It's like we've had this zen, relaxing day of food prep. Now let's turn on death metal and get to work.
All right.
Heat on high, 2 tablespoons of peanut or vegetable oil.
You notice how he did that though?
Metal
Look at how
and get to work.
He put the spatula reversed, so it's like concave, and then put the aromatics on top of it so that it doesn't all plunge into the oil and like start to burn, so he can keep a control on it. He didn't talk about it, but if you watch closely.
Heat on high, 2 tablespoons of peanut or vegetable oil.
Maybe I'm full of shit.
Garlic and ginger in. Stir fry it for about a minute. Chicken back in, coat it with the seasoned oil, and then chuck in your spice plate. But remember those red chili peppers, those dried red chilies that were cut in half and seeded? Well, our regulation size plate is not nearly big enough for the amount of chili peppers that we're going to actually have to use in this dish, so just keep throwing them in.
You're allergic? That's cool. Don't worry about it. MSG just adds a bit extra. You don't need it.
And in. And in. 100 grams worth in this version. Keep stirring as you're adding ingredients. Back the heat off just a bit so the chilies don't burn. Peanuts in. More chili powder, more sugar, more everything.
What the fuck?
This dish is about extremes. Turn it up to 11.
Yes.
If you have any questions about whether any element of your dish is enough, add some more. The answer is always yes with this dish.
Weird.
Go big or eat underwhelming lots of tea. Now remove your cilantro and green onion from the ice water bath. Wring out some of the excess water and throw it into the wok.
Weird.
The reason for the ice bath is that when the water comes in contact with the blazing hot oil, the reaction will actually crisp up the coating on your chicken.
Oh.
This is a technique I learned in a Chinese restaurant
Wait,
for a fried
what?
eggplant dish. Or eat underwhelming lots of tea. Now remove your cilantro and green onion from the ice water bath. Wring out some of the excess water and throw it into the wok. The reason for the ice bath is that when the water comes in contact with the blazing hot oil, the reaction will actually crisp up the coating on your chicken. This is a technique I learned in a Chinese restaurant for a fried eggplant dish and adapted it myself to this recipe, but I think it actually really works.
Yo.
And we're done. Out of the frying pan and into the fiery taste in your mouth that'll last until the last bits are gone and all that's left is a big pile of chilies. Garnish with the white part of your green onions and some white sesame seeds.
Yes.
And then we eat. One nickname for this dish is hide-and-seek chicken because you'll spend as much time hunting for crispy chicken or peanuts or those awesome little fried pieces of garlic and ginger as you do actually eating. On this earth, nothing is better with an ice-cold beer. Enjoy, and thank you so much, Chris, for the use of your kitchen.
Yeah? What do you guys think? That could be a good dish to get drunk to. Could go about making this while we watch a rally. Every time something goes off on the bingo, I take and eat we're gonna eat. You know, we play bingo. We have some winners, and then yeah, watch me fail at some really delicious food. Although I don't know if I'll do the bone in though. That's a fucking hard job. Hard job. Okay, let me save this. Wait, I think I have watch on stream. Okay, back to the
Stop and flatten.
If you're wondering, add more. Yeah, it's a good comment because I feel like I'm the kind of person who just like undercut it. But with that one, I got so many chilies to use up. It's a perfect dish to make.
Like pancakes, as will Trudeau's career.
I think I'm going for Szechuan food later tonight. So
done with that guy. Done. Send him to Ukraine quickly. Off you go, Trudeau. Go do your big battling in Ukraine with Zelenskyy. Go for it. Count me out. All right. And now we have Margaret and Joel Sussman. They are long-time
Sussman sounds kind of sus.
freedom fighters of bodily autonomy and freedom and represent Vaccine Choice Canada. By the way, they have an amazing Telegram channel. If you're on Telegram, follow Vaccine Choice Canada because their memes are dank. They're amazing. All right, are you ready, Margaret and Joel? Come on in.
Thank you. You know this old man is based because his memes be dank.
Thank you very much, everybody. Here's Margaret to lead it off.
Oh God, are you serious, Kraus? Are you for real right now? Did that one lady speak? 'Cause I wasn't counting, but like, are you memeing or is that for real? There's gotta be little sips then, little tiny sips. Yeah, eh?
Thank you for coming, beautiful freedom fighters.
Oh, look at this old man.
Be encouraged that spring is here, but be stalwart and keep battling this evil on every front that you are able. On that note, we are working with and supporting the Mama Bears Project, which is an initiative that grew from Police on Guard, also supported by other organizations. This group provides valuable resources for parents who have legitimate concerns about the lack of long-term safety data in regards to COVID-19 shots. The Mama Bear Project aims to help parents make informed decisions about their children's health. Their clever message is, it's okay to wait. It's crucial that parents are cognizant of the fact that their children can attend public school or be homeschooled, and that parents have numerous resources to fall back on for alternative education, such as learning pods. We have all suffered through these grueling times, and our children have endured immense pain and hardship.
Oh, look at this guy's necklace. Whoa, that thing is fucking awesome.
Their mental, physical, social, educational, and emotional health have taken a beating, and children with special needs have been through agonizing times.
I mean, this is true. Like the education's been a little fucked up, you guys. I can't say too much, but let's just say that, yeah, kids do be down bad. I mean, they've been had it pretty rough last couple years.
In regards to Ottawa, children have witnessed
Within a month of homeschooling? Yeah. I mean, like, God, the homeschooling, the hybrid learning, it's all been a bit of a shit show. I mean, parents, we're all sort of, it's really been made clear that like school is very much a daycare center where people are freed of their children so that they can go serve the capitalist engine. Yo, what's up, Paradigm Shift? What's on your mind?
from the best to the absolute worst of behaviors demonstrated by police and the riot squads. The impacts of some of these traumas are deep, long.
John Wayne once said, quote, "I believe in white supremacy until blacks are educated to the point of responsibility." Why did I hope I didn't retweet that. What the fuck? Once said, "I believe in white supremacy until blacks are educated to the point." Was there like more context? Was someone memeing on it? Yeah, I think I remember coming across that. Yeah, John Wayne's like a big racist. I'm adorable? People shy? People shy? It's from Eric Andre. Yeah, okay, see? Of course it is. Of course. Of course. Of course. Damn, man. Fucking on the hot seat for a second. The fucking paradigm comes in. Like, all right. I've been digging through your Twitter, my guy. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, it rings a bell, but doesn't sound like I agree with that message. I don't know. There's probably something else going on. I see the content, but what's the context here? You know, this is everything, you know. Okay, stop sweating. That's good preparation for tonight, you know, during the poetry slam. Sometimes we get the odd heckler.
And not known. 2 excellent campaigns forged by Mama Bears, our police coloring page and In My Shoes, in which children talk about their feelings about from
yeah, it's pretty white lip cuck of me. Is there more context?
How they were impacted by police actions, whether these feelings were positive or negative. In conclusion, please visit mamabearsproject.com.
Oh, yes. Oh, fuck yes. Mama Bears Project.com. Let's fucking go. Oh, God, yes. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. It might be really cool. Dedicated to providing comfort and hope to children affected by HIV/AIDS in emerging nations by giving them a gift of love in the form of a hand-knit or crocheted bear? What are you doing? The simple gift of a hand-knit bear with the tag signed by the knitter has touched children with the message that they are unconditionally loved. To date, 185,100. How much do you think it costs for one of these? What do you think? What's the going rate for a bear? Oh, okay. Yeah, $10. That's cool. That's based. Yo, that's cool. Okay. Yeah, I can't hate on that. Oh no. Quote, one little boy risked his life to rescue his bear. He told his sister, quote, I have to get my bear. The heart on it means someone loves me. Their house was destroyed minutes later by torrential rains. Teacher in South Africa. What the fuck? Yo, tugging on the heartstrings. You can buy a crochet pattern for $5. Okay, this is pretty wholesome. I like this. I'm down. I'm down, everybody.
For excellent resources, articles, ideas, and events. Our precious children are our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Give it up to Margaret.
Oh, Margaret. Margaret, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. In an odd sort of way, the rain is actually good for marketing. If you consider Vaccine Choice Canada to be an umbrella organization.
Okay. All right. Umbrella, they're making zombies, I guess, right? Is that the joke?
Okay, listen, everybody.
Or is that a Big Pharma joke?
I only have one topic for today down from 3. You cannot address 3 topics in 2 minutes, so I'm going to focus on one. It is only by educating yourself and informing others that we will all escape the trap being set for us by the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, and by our own governments. I want to talk to you briefly about 2 bills that are before Parliament in Canada.
Oh, okay.
The bill before the House of Commons is C-233, and before the Senate, S-233. What are these about? They are about universal basic income. One of the lessons of the truckers' convoy and the actions taken by our government and Prime Minister of invoking the Emergency Measures Act and then days later rescinding it, it woke up the Canadian population to a better understanding of how their government works. Okay, so you have the elected members of Parliament. Focus on the Senate. They are appointed. They are long-term. They are the checks and balances. There are 105 senators, only 16 are Liberal, Sprinkle a handful of NDPs, and the majority of the Senate is neither orange nor red. That is where you focus your attention, your emails, your phone calls, your visits, your campaigns. Write a letter to your senator. They're all over the internet. Create your own. We must defeat Bill C.
Did he say create your own?
233 and S233. Start with the Senate. That's where you make an impact. Please visit us at our tent. It's right next to the big red one right there by the walkway. Vaccine Choice Canada, we love you. Come join us. Thank you.
An act to develop a national framework for a guaranteed livable basic income. Why are these people against this? Yo, UBI is based as fuck. What? How could you be against this? It's money. It's your money. And instead of it being sucked up and given to corporations through tax incentives and all that bullshit, I could say more. You get money so that you could be an artist and not have to starve. You could have more poetry, everybody. We all need that. It's socialism. Ah, fuck. That's it, isn't it? Isn't it, Grouse? It's the socialism, isn't it?
Watch out, we're gonna play skipping rope with the mic cord. All right, we'll play double dutch with the mic cords later. Okay, I'd like to introduce
These people have never been on a stage before.
Omari. You may know him as an original freedom fighter, bringing his DJ talents all the way back to Queen's Park protest back in March 2020. And he's been providing positive love and vibrations every day since, including today. Omari!
Yeah, this guy seems based. He's got a cool necklace at least.
What's up, everybody?
Freedom! Freedom!
I'm just gonna make this short and sweet, okay? I just, obviously, as you know, I've been doing the DJ and bringing the music and stuff to Queen's Park and the protest in 2020. And now I'm gonna be...
What the fuck?
Anyway, I just want to let you guys know that even though we have the reason why I started getting back into doing the protest again, because one thing about worldwide rallies, I love worldwide rallies. The problem was that everyone was concentrating on worldwide rallies, and no one did not care about Queen's Park or protest in between worldwide rallies. Right?
Wow.
So no one coming to Queen's Park or anything.
He's got a point there. Yeah, guy at the cross is still holding strong. That's crazy, man. That takes real energy. He's got a good point there though about organizing. A lot of people just sort of show up for the one big rally and then don't continue with the movement.
Except for worldwide rallies, right? So every Saturday, right? Every Saturday, we're going to be a protest. I'm going to bring my gear. We're going to have people able to speak. Okay, so if anyone has a voice, please email. I just made the email address. It's TorontoFreedomRally@gmail.com. If you're interested in speaking, email me and I'll put you on the speakers list and stuff so you can speak. Okay? And please try to show up early so everyone has a voice. Okay? And I'm making sure everyone has a voice and no one should be coming here and arguing and yelling at each other.
Most base guy so far. Actual organizer, straight to the point, just hey everybody, let's try to keep this thing going. It's pretty basic and cool. And also I'm bringing my DJ gear every week. Damn, that's a lot of work. I cannot stress that enough. It is so much work to bring audio equipment to another venue and set up, especially a park. You're bringing your own batteries, or you're hooking it up to your truck, I guess. Fuck, what are you doing? It's a big setup. So
talking about controlled opposition and all that other stuff. It's nonsense. Okay, we're wasting time fighting amongst each other instead of fighting the real enemy that's behind us, right? Or at City Hall. Okay, so please, when you guys come to Queen's Park, right? Please come and share your voice. And we're gonna make it fair and organized for everybody. And if you can't speak on Saturday because it's booked up, you'll speak the following Saturday. All right, so don't worry about you have to speak.
He's got a system.
This weekend is the last weekend of the whole world. No, you can speak the next Saturday. All right. So other than that,
nice. Based.
Guys, have fun.
If you're in Montreal and you got something you want to say, we got an open mic, everybody, at the Poetry Slam. If you aren't ready to do a competition style and have random people in the audience judge you in this kind of light, comical way, you can do the open mic and say what you want, and you could just sign up at the door, first come first serve. You don't even have to email me or anything. That's stupid. Just fucking show up. Yeah, woo, public squares.
Oh, the email, yeah, TorontoFreedomRally@gmail.com.
You're looking for the Throw Poetry Collective, Montreal. Yeah, Throw Poetry.
Saturday, it starts at 11 a.m., okay, and then March starts at 2 p.m.
Every third Sunday. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, so in between there, then we have like public speaking.
If he gets an ad, I get an ad. That's how this works, okay? If I'm not a Twitch affiliate and I'm not running ads to make this good content, then I get to do an ad whenever someone I'm platforming gets an ad. I think that's fair. I think that's based.
Right, and the people's voices will be from 11 to 12:45. Then we'll have the experts. All right. All right, thank you very much.
Kelly. Kelly. Why? Because we're freedom fighters.
Yo, she's spitting.
Kelly is an independent journalist and filmmaker who has worked for the big guns, Bell and CBC and CNN, Al Jazeera, and is the producer of Freedom Film 2022.
Freedom what?
Global Partnerships for United Freedom Convoy and FTs.
What is Freedom Film 2022? There's 5 teasers for this thing. From a month ago? Freedom Film 2022? Is this like the... Got to see this.
When governments fail to respect people's rights, we all end up paying.
Okay. All right. More DMCA music.
It's a convoy, and now it's brought people from coast to coast in this country, the United States, and around the globe.
It's really encouraging to finally see a representation of what so many of us have
Seems pretty all right.
been feeling for so long. It brings us to tears.
With this mandate, he is no longer able to provide for his family.
Freedom does not look like this. We all know what freedom looks like. We've been watching the war in Ukraine. We know it doesn't look like masks. No one in Ukraine's wearing a mask. And they're the freest people in the world right now. Fuck, okay, I'll stop. Oh,
so
God.
Lockdowns are more dangerous than the so-called COVID.
I'm just here for everybody's freedom. They're just saying that we're white supremacists. They're saying that we're racist. I haven't seen any of that.
Oh, they got the...
We don't want to live by fear anymore. We want to live by love and freedom.
Love, freedom.
People are standing up. They've had enough. For the first time in 2 years, they're coming together.
Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sold. When does it publish? No information. Oh, maybe at the end of the actual video, right?
They want their country back.
Okay, tell us when it's coming. Coming soon. God damn it. God damn. What a tease. What a tease. What is happening here? Page kind of broke. Okay, moving on.
You guys know what NFTs are. Like, get your
NFTs, everybody.
crypto in order before
Get your freedom NFT.
the market crashes. Let's go. Get your crypto. All right, here you go, Kelly. You tell them.
Fuck yes.
Hi there.
Fuck yes, everybody. There are NFTs for freedom. Yeah. Freedom? Oh, this is not exactly what I expected. But there you go. This is actually... yeah, it's still an NFT, though. I don't know.
Freedom!
Freedom!
Okay. My name is Kelly.
Freedom is just how you say hello nowadays.
As she mentioned, I've worked for many different outlets in the past, and I've lost many.
You're thinking of giving the drinking game a test run well past noon?
Friends call.
Maybe start with non-liquor, because then you'll be trashed by 2.
And gigs in the last couple of years. I don't know if you guys can hear me. So what's a good journalist? A journalist
is that like right up against his face? Look at the cross. He's so tired. He's resting the cross on his face. I just fucking noticed that.
Asks questions and seeks truth. That's something that's been.
No, I get high all day. I can't start drinking in the middle of the afternoon. I'm not much of a day drinker. I'll just get like sleepy tired. I'm like up at 3 in the morning. Start drinking at like 2. I'll be asleep by 5. You know what I mean? I'd rather just smoke weed all day. Plus, I gotta be hosting a poetry slam. What's wrong with you guys? I can't drink. I gotta try to be sober or something. Yeah. I mean, whatever.
The last couple of years, and
sobriety is
other whistleblowers like Anita Krishna, Tara Henley are speaking up now to try to educate people and inform them that the media is not what we have come to understand and expect in the past.
Okay. Oh, now he's whispering in her ear.
I'm told to speak up a little louder. So I don't know who's aware of something called the Trusted News Initiative. It came out in just a day after Canada announced that it was going to move forward with its vaccine program, and it is an alliance formed by BBC, Facebook, Google, Reuters, Associated Press, the European Broadcasting Union, and they all banded together to prevent the disinformation about vaccines. And as a result, we have not been able to ask questions any longer.
Oh, shit. It's happening, everybody. It's happening. The one world order. Trusted News Initiative to combat spread of harmful vaccine disinformation and announces major research project. At a recent summit chaired by the BBC's new Director General, Tim Davie, the Trusted News Initiative agreed to focus on combating the spread of harmful vaccine disinformation. It is a thing. Wow.
Anyone who asks the questions gets shut down. I started to notice that people who believed the narrative
educate people, buy NFTs for freedom,
and went ahead to get the vaccines were coming together on Facebook to try to find solutions because they were having adverse events, and we're not only not being heard, but the groups of 40,000 and 100,000 were being shut down. I started interviewing those people, and I was told that this did not happen, that they didn't exist. And as a result, I've been on a quest to move forward and try to tell those stories and get the information out there. Other people like myself around the world have come together to try to find truth and find facts and get it out there. And I was put in contact with somebody named Pat King, who has been asking questions, and as a result, he's in jail. He's now a political prisoner as far as I'm
that took a turn.
concerned, for asking questions. We have to keep asking questions. We have to keep speaking up. Pat King put me in touch with Dave Steenberg.
Yeah, we call that jacking off. JAQ, just asking questions, just jacking off. Yeah.
I had the privilege to ride along with him with the Freedom Convoy, and I partnered with another organization. We're doing a film called Freedom Film 2022.
Freedom Film.
You'll be able to check that out on YouTube right now. There's many teasers, and we're going to be telling the truth because the media has done a despicable job of miscategorizing what happened in Ottawa and slandering people who are involved. We're going to get the truth out there, and along my journey, I was asking other people to help with counter communications who had ideas to band together to tell the truth, and I met Richie Marquez, and he has a wonderful project that we're now putting out there that we can raise funds to help people who've been harmed during this pandemic, such as vaccine injured people, people who've lost jobs, and people who are suffering mental health issues as a result of the pandemic. And I'm going to pass the mic to Richie right now, who's going to share our project that is going to take the flame lit by the truckers and help do good and begin to bring us together to make solutions through community, art, and through cryptocurrency. Just 1 second. Here you go.
Hey, everybody. So for those that don't know about United Freedom Convoy, I'm Richie. I'm the founder of the collection. And basically what the collection is trying to do, we're dedicated to drive change. A lot of people have been hurt by this pandemic, both physically, mentally, lost their jobs, and we can't sit on the sidelines any longer. Okay, this project, this collection, is going to donate 80% of all profits to nonprofit organizations that are aligned with our causes, our mission, what we try to want to change in this world. We can't just sit around and let someone else do it for us. They won't. We have to do it ourselves. Okay, this is the face of someone that's been hurt by adverse reactions. Her name's Maddie DeGarry. She was a part of the Pfizer trials, and now she's in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Today we're proud that we spoke to Maddie and her mother, and we are announcing that we are going to do a special NFT in our collection. All of the auction profits from this NFT will go directly to Maddie herself. Like Maddie, there are plenty more people just as bad or worse. Okay, people have died from this. Okay, people are suffering from mental illness and everything else. We can no longer look at the past, we must look at the future, we must start the healing, and we must unite. The truckers started it, we have to continue it. For everyone that wants to learn more about the United Freedom Convoy NFT collection, please go on our social media. It's United Freedom Convoy on Twitter, Instagram, and Discord.
Okay,
I think every single person that came
we have to find out about this. The United Freedom Concord? What was it? Oh, fuck me. Block each other if we get sober. Sobriety sisters.
United Freedom Convoy NFT
sobriety soulmates. What is it?
Collection. For everyone that wants to learn more about the United Freedom Convoy NFT.
Oh God. Next NFT drop. NFTs to the moon. Yo, look at it. Look at this shit. Yo, look at these. Freedom over fear. Price point 0038 Ethereum? That's a lot. So what? 3588 times 0.038? So it's like $136 for one of these bad boys? And they have 15,000. I can't even blow it up? Why can't I click on it? What the fuck? Well, you know what we gotta do, everybody. Freedom! Freedom, everybody! I got them all! Hundreds of dollars worth of content. Woo! I got me some freedom trucks. So I think when I make... This is such a fucking diabolical stream. What the fuck is happening? When I make an account on your spot, I'm using one of these guys. No lockdown, no more mandates. It's Australia with we're on the moon. Freedom over fear. It's the American flag. Is there no Canadian one? Yeah, this is the Canadian one with the Rockies in the back. And then it's got Tamara Lich, I guess. It's really bad. This is so dumb. Oh my God. They're flying the flag the wrong way. This is an artist rendition and they couldn't even fly the flag the right fucking direction. This is so stupid. Oh God. This is the worst timeline. This is the bad place.
Collection.
Please
go on our social media. It's United Freedom Convoy on Twitter, Instagram, and Discord. I thank every single person that came out here today. It doesn't matter if it's rain or shine, -30 or +50. We will stand up for freedom, and we'll stand up for Canadians.
Freedom.
Thank you all.
Freedom!
All right. Okay, I'd like to bring up Mr. Danny DeSantis.
Yeah, well, I mean, consensus is that we jumped timelines at some point. Some say it happened with the Gore election. You know, we're definitely in the bad place. Actually, it is 1:30. I gotta eat. So my oven just turned on. I'm gonna go throw pizza into it, and I'll be right back. Just give me a second.
You may know him from trucker parties downtown. You may know him campaigning hard. You may know him from his construction work. You may know Mr. Danny DeSantis. He's the DeSantis of the North. Trademarked. All right, come on, boss. Come give it up for Danny DeSantis.
All right, guys. I'm going to be very quick because I know you guys don't want to hear the repetitive stuff. I want to thank everybody for being here. It's important that I continue sending this message. We need to make a...
Has a grand lemur? Wait, what does that mean? I thought Zaboomafoo was a cartoon show.
Change, and we need to make a change now within the political...
The time knife. Yeah, the time knife. God damn it.
System. We need people to get involved and put your names down. School board.
We're all stuck in the little eye of Jeremy Bearimy. Lemurs, yeah. Let's pull up images of lemurs.
Trustees, councilors, mayors. Now, I always love to. There's new people here. Is there new people? Put your hands up. New people. I see new people.
That's what I got to do tonight. Make sure I remember. Who here is new to the slam? Raise your hands. Yeah, right.
You know, I always like to do the DeSantis in the south, and there might be a DeSantis in the north right over here. We're going to give it a shot. I'm going to need your support. I'm actually not going to read off script because it's kind of annoying.
Allah, inshallah, this is over. Oh, God. Yo, no, Paradigm, this is the most fucked up. I cannot believe these people got their shit back together to do a freedom rally after the Ukraine crisis. It's such a crazy, like, I don't know, like divide, like talking about this issue and then like bouncing over to Ukraine stuff. It's like a hospital filled with babies has been bombed, you know, like, oh God, oh no, oh jeez, make it stop. All right, we'll take a look at the photo. Stop. The newest grand lemur. Oh my God, it's so fluffy. Fluffy lemur. Okay. Cute time over. We're at hour 30 of...
But,
These people fucking love to talk, okay? They just love to talk. This guy's holding a cross for hours on end, and he's like, also got another one hanging around his neck. These people are dedicated.
Please reach out. We need supporters soon. If we do what we want to do and take back this city, because this city's on its knees, I'm going to need every single person involved in a campaign if we make that.
Wait, this guy made a hat and a t-shirt, DeSantis in the North?
That announcement in about a month. In a month's time, we're going to make the most powerful announcement and shake the city up. We're going to take back our city.
Most powerful announcement. Where have I heard that tagline before?
And there might be a guy like me that will put every single politician. They're gonna be.
It's his brand. It's his fucking brand, everybody. Look at this fucking dude. What a hoser. What a hoser. Hey guys. Oh geez, what a hoser. Freedom for the people and support for small business. I'll work hard for the city and earn your trust. Okay, Toronto, make Toronto great again. It's time to take back our city. Powered by DeSantis. Damn, that's how you know you've made it. You have a Facebook group that is private. Okay, I'm gonna check my pizza.
I'm gonna call it
Top Keck. It's so weak. Who wants to fucking model themselves after Death Santis? Like, oh God, he's just such a piece of shit. But whatever. I mean, that's conservatives for you.
That they pushed on us for the last 2 years. We've been locked down for 2 years. If DeSantis runs and he gets elected, there ain't gonna be no lockdowns. Not in the city of Toronto. And we're gonna trickle it all across the country. So I'll leave you with this. I love you all. Thank you. If you see anyone that's getting your information, because I gotta email you, because they're shadow banning us, please sign up. It's the only way we can get you guys. I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. I'm Danny DeSantis. Thank you.
Make Toronto great again.
Remember, we keep this people.
It's either make Toronto great again, Mitiga, or it's make Canada great again, Mitiga. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to like try to like push that kind of a bad slogan. They've had a couple stinkers.
Peaceful, and that's why we're winning. We have some of the most creative posters out there. Try and keep your posters hilarious and loving. I see.
And speaking of freedom, you're free to hit the like button or subscribe, which supports the stream by making numbers go up, I think. I don't even know how this stuff works, but you're free, everybody.
I see some, yeah, you can stick your new world order up your ass. You can stick your new world order up your ass.
All right.
You can stick your new world order. Stick your new world order.
Yeah.
Stick your new world order up your ass.
Honky tonk. Yeah, this is my music, everybody. It's what a beat.
There you go. Where is she? Zuang, where are you, sister? There she is. Come here, darling. All right, you know, this creep of communism, who's been the most active with us on the streets? It's the Polish, it's the Romanians, it's the Russians, it's the Cubans, and it's also the Chinese that have freed themselves from the CCP. I have with me an incredibly brave young writer and poet, and she has and a Canadian patron.
A poet.
And she's there with us in these freezing cold rallies, and she's sharing with us her heart. Take it away, dear. Hello, everybody. Okay. My title of speech is Canadians, Wake Up!
Sounds like a poem.
For some time, there was a question haunting in my heart. Why did the nation Canadians, the most gentle nation, firstly rebel the COVID-19 tyranny when this dictatorship is spreading all over the world? Soon I found the answer, because our Canadians love freedom best.
Yeah, freedom.
But there are still many of Canadians who are scared by the epidemic. Then they become enslaved by the government, craving for unlimited power. Whatever the name is, WEF, communism or Nazism.
Oh, yeah.
However, our talkers don't do, and they really know what is happening. Our freedom has been stolen. Enough is enough. They stand up. They are fighting for our freedom. I will remember those people forever. That young man in the rally said to me, I am so sorry to you, immigrants, because it is a mess now in this country. But we should unite to defend freedom. The trucker in that beautiful red truck, his name is Cassava Vizi. He was beaten. He was beaten by a policeman, and a woman protester cried. He said, "Don't cry, my sister. Everything will be fine." The policeman asked him, "Is she your sister?" He answered, "Yes, and you are my brother."
Okay.
I will never forget when Navi, this First Nation warrior, was arrested twice as a terrorist during 2 weeks, only because he joined this peaceful protest. In his own lived dreams, I have never seen any trace of hate, frustration, or fear, and he is so brave and composure facing those uniformed thugs.
Fanny pack?
The Freedom Convoy was cracked down, but it should be remembered in the history of Canada. Obviously, the working class Canadians are people who really share the definition of Canadians because they are wise enough to cherish freedom. With courage from them, our southern cousins, truckers, are circling the capital to demonstrate. Furthermore, don't forget those rallies in Europe. People are waking up.
All right, now you can see it. Cute little doggy.
Turn back domestically. Now, following steps belong to the other Canadians who love freedom too. It is not a problem resulting from non-vaccine people. The authoritarians divided us into a vaccine group and a non-vaccine one. They plant the seeds of discrimination and hate intentionally among Canadians. No, don't jump into the pitfall. We should unite together.
Okay. Oh, we're on to page 2 of the poem. And notice that it's hard to see, but it looks like she laminated it.
Disaster in the Third World War in the area of ideology.
Girl, there is a Third World War popping off in fucking Ukraine. What are you talking about?
Scientific monster, Frankenstein, first emerged individually in public. Everyone would be alarmed. But if the scientific extremists fear the information to abandon netizens...
You're the World War? Just you, Paradigm? Wait, you got a chip on your shoulder or something? Yeah, just me.
No.
Yeah, it's from just us to just me.
There are overwhelming news to tell us Ukraine is the only one justice side, so we should...
Well, usually the fighting population is, only like a third of the population. So let's say 2 bill. Easy 2 bill. You versus 2 bill. Let's say that. Gonna be gorgeous on the highlight reels. Yeah. Watch as Paradigm absolutely shreds 1 billion children.
Freeze the overseas Russian bank accounts. Why are there so many fake photos and videos from this war? All the substitution to science persuades us the ridiculous COVID-19 mandates. Why do you think it is fair to be forced to jump? Who will get profit from this mandate policy? When high technology is creating the digital ID and the government can easily freeze any bank account when it is...
Have these people, had a bank account? Yeah, banks can freeze your shit when you're doing the crimes. Don't do crime. Don't crime.
Great. Are you scared?
No! Are you scared?
We have lost the freedom of belief because the priest was arrested. We have lost the freedom of speech because of the N103 bill. We have...
You lost freedom of speech. She lost freedom of speech, everybody. You hear that? Yeah, let's just roll it back on this live stream.
Freedom of speech because of the N103 bill. We have lost the freedom to travel because we don't have vaccine QR codes. How can this happen and when did they begin?
Freedom!
Unfortunately, the strength of might is very weak now. However, if we resist, we still have hope to win. Otherwise, we are sneaking into the world of the fiction 1984. Factually, we can get...
It's literally George Orwell's 1984's Animal Crossing, everybody. It's been a while since I've heard that meme. That should be on the bingo.
Domination from Soviet Union, China, and North Korea.
North Korea.
The crisis of Canada's democratic system has been exposed in the sun, and it owes our truckers.
I just want to remind you, they have 2 minutes, and this lady said that she's going to read a poem. or that at least she was a poet. So she's good with words.
How many Canadians are really aware that we have already been deprived most of freedom in the charter?
Did you know that? If you're Canadian, most of your charter freedoms are already gone.
If we still keep and indifferent to the elephant in the room. What will wait for us in the future? All Canadians, wake up. Please care about domestic politics rather than the foreign war. Don't be the poor frog anymore, and it's in the warm water, which is soon boiling. Presently, the freedom convoy is over, but a dead seed produces many seeds. Let's continue opposing the tyranny. Defend freedom for our children. Torch life. Make Canada free again.
Yeah! Free Canada. Quite the crowd, though.
She's taking care of us with her unacceptable views. She's in the fringe minority, leading the way.
Is that a whole nother person with a whole other cross? There's two people with massive... Oh, boy.
I would like to introduce to you another fringe minority member. She has a VIP card now, and her name is Jody Ledgerwood. And she is very famous on the Instagram. Follow Jody Ledgerwood, the shadow band Ledgerwood on the Instagram.
I mean, yeah, Loud Tyrant Youth. What do you expect? What are your expectations about Paradigm? See, like, that's, to me, I'm not surprised at all, but I don't know, man. Take that in stride. I love how there's no actual, like, trucks there, so somebody's just brought a really fucking annoying horn so that they can make sure no speech goes without annoying horns. Freedom!
It is so nice to see so many familiar faces, including those from Ottawa. You come a long way. Thank you for coming out.
Okay, there's actually news happening related to the whole Russia thing, the whole invasion of Ukraine. Zelenskyy, I'm ready for negotiations with Putin, but if they fail, it could mean a third world war. Fear, everybody.
President Biden has called Vladimir Putin a war criminal. And yet, you have called for negotiations with him.
What's your problem? What's your problem? Why won't you load? Yes.
Will it be hard? Will it be painful for you to have to sit down with Putin were he to agree and negotiate with him?
I'm ready for negotiations with him. I was ready over the last 2 years. And I think that without negotiations, we cannot end this war. I think that all the people who think that this dialogue is shallow and that it is not going to resolve anything, they just don't understand that this is very valuable. If there is just 1% chance for us to stop this war, I think that we need to take this chance. We need to do that. I can tell you about the result of this negotiations. In any case, we're losing people on a daily basis, innocent people on the ground. Russian forces have come to exterminate us, to kill us. And we have demonstrated the dignity of our people and our army, that we are able to deal a powerful blow. We are able to strike back. But unfortunately, our dignity is not going to preserve the lives. So I think that we have to use any format, any chance in order to have a possibility of negotiating, the possibility of talking to Putin. But if these attempts fail, that would mean that this is a third world war.
Ooh, that's not good, everybody. I've covered. I learned about war, and war is bad. Okay, House strips Russia of trade status despite some Republican opposition. We're not going to watch all of this because the Freedom Convoy is more interesting.
President Biden's announcement after President Zelensky's presentation to Congress that he is sending more military aid to Ukraine, more anti-tank aircraft, more anti-tank weapons and more anti-aircraft weapons, more armed drones. Is this going to help you?
This is extremely welcomed, and we are extremely grateful to American people, to President Biden, to American taxpayers for supporting us. We understand that United States have their own problems, and $14 billion of aid to Ukraine still matter a lot in the United States. But here they will go the extreme way. They will alleviate suffering, and this will actually help us fight one of supposedly the biggest armies of the world, which is now severely demotivated. And of course, President Zelenskyy is right to call to the United States as the only country that can lead the free world and stop for the global rules written down after the World War II from changing. So after the World War II, everybody thought that changing borders by force is the thing of the past. Now this crazy man in Kremlin tries to change that. And we are at the front line of this. This has to be stopped now. So this is not only the fight about Ukraine, this is a fight about values. And we do ask for the American people and for President Biden to lead that fight.
What more do you have to say to the world when they say to you, as Cal Perry just reported, that you are making that argument that you're the front line of democracy, you're the front line against Russian imperialism, you're the front line against rules that we all agreed many, many years ago we don't break about changing borders? Why do you feel that the West is not completely embracing that and saying this is the war and we need to get into it?
Well, I think that the West has done quite a lot already, and it's very difficult for me to criticize any country for not doing enough. But I just need to say that we need to do the maximum. So here's the thing. There are a lot of dictators around the world, a lot of countries without democracies. And currently, every single one of them is watching what is the cost of actually trying to challenge the rules. What are the costs for invading other country, and how will I be punished for that? There needs to be set a precedent that the costs are all the maximum potential consequences that all the countries can do on their behalf. So we cannot return to the pre-World War II world where one country attacked other country and then they try to reach some sort of agreement about the changes in territory. Because otherwise the world will turn into chaos and we will step right into World War III one way or another.
Man, stop with the World War III.
However, there are negotiations that stop and start between Russia and Ukraine, and negotiations mean a deal. How do you feel about the idea that Ukraine may end up making some concessions in order to get peace in the face of an unprovoked invasion of your country?
Well, it's very difficult to understand what will Putin end up agreeing to and what he can agree to. What we understand now that his plan to reach some sort of agreement was non-existent before the war. He was absolutely 100% invested to his idea that he will win the country over the course of days, several weeks. And by now, in his mind, the country should have already been conquered and there was no one to negotiate with. How soon can he come to a reality that he actually needs to come to a table? He should admit that his plans have failed already, that he cannot reach what he wants with military needs is a debatable question. The question is to his mentality and how adequate he is. So I just think we will have to wait and see for that.
Let me ask you about the reports, these very disturbing reports about the attacks, the continued attacks on civilian infrastructure, including this theater in Mariupol, in which it is believed that there are people taking shelter. Do you think this changes the argument? Do you think this changes the willingness of the world to get involved in a different way when they continue to see these humanitarian, what might end up being war crimes?
Of course, and it changes the attitude of Ukrainian people as well. what you see on the ground is actually even much worse than what you can see on the video. I just returned from Kiev a day ago, and I listened a lot of stories from our members of parliament who help people get out from the worst affected areas. And when you do hear the stories about how refugees, those people who escaped fighting, are talking about actual violence, the rape, systematic rape.
Oh, no. The war crimes. Bojo sparked backlash for comparing Ukraine's resistance against Russia to Brexit. Boris Johnson said it's the instinct of both Ukraine and the UK to choose freedom every time. He cited Brexit as a famous recent example, sparking outrage over the comparison. Comparing the referendum to the war is an, quote, insult to every Ukrainian, Liberal Democrat Ed Davies said. Amazing. Quote, I know it's the instinct of the people of this country, like the people of Ukraine, to choose freedom every time, Johnson said. When the British people voted for Brexit in such large numbers, I don't believe it was because they were remotely hostile to foreigners. It's because they wanted to be free, to do things differently, and for this country to be able to run itself. Yeah, how's that working out for you, Bojo? Oh, fuck. Russia's controversial response to the closure of McDonald's restaurants. Seems like they've come up with their own McDonald's. Starts with the B, though. Stupid man Johnson. Rumming. What's a youngling? I don't actually know. Yes. It's a lager. Liquor before beer, you're in the clear. Beer before liquor, you'll never be sicker. So if you plan on drinking beer all day, I'd stick with beer. But if you want a rum and coke at some point, better to start now. Yeah, I think it's at the amount of rum and cokes because the sugar starts to give you a headache after a little while. Oh wait, Ben Shapiro has some unhinged
You'll
shit.
recall that just before...
You guys want to watch some Ben Shapiro? Apparently there are new Hunter Biden laptop revelations, everybody. This is normal.
The 2020 election, October 2020, the New York Post broke a story. It was about how Hunter Biden was a formerly drug-addicted derelict. Now he may not be a drug addict. He's still a derelict. Hunter Biden, now an artist derelict. But at that time, a drug-addicted derelict, he left his laptop.
Yo, derelicts are my people. You back off, Ben Shapiro.
At a Delaware repair shop and just left it there because this is what drug-addicted derelicts do. And it turns out that that laptop was filled with all sorts of good stuff about Hunter Biden, including pictures of him with prostitutes and smoking crack. And there were text messages between him and his dad and him and his business partners about his dad and all of this stuff. And the New York Post reported this. And you will also recall that social media immediately cracked down on it. Facebook said, sure, this has not been subjected to a fact check yet, but we're going to shadow ban it. We're going to reduce its distribution because...
The shadow ban, everybody. They're getting us with the shadow bans.
Suspicious to us. Now, what looked suspicious about the story is that it was about Hunter Biden and it was bad. That's what looked suspicious. Because the notion that it was completely unthinkable that a doof like Hunter Biden would have just left a laptop at a Delaware repair shop, that's not particularly unthinkable. But the entire media instead swiveled into action to declare that this was, in fact, Russian disinformation, because everything I don't like is Russian disinformation. Every single thing.
You hear that? If I like it, it's true, and if I don't like it, it's Russian disinformation.
Scale tells me that I am 4 pounds more than I was just a couple of weeks ago. That is Russian disinformation. I don't know how they hacked my scale.
They did, though. A lot of the scales are being used with Chinese parts, and those are easily hackable. So that's how the Russians are making you feel fat, Ben Shabibo.
Scale, I just know what I know. And that's precise.
Pretty new. Yeah, March 18th. Considering this is after the invasion has begun, it's pretty dicey to be propagating this conspiracy theory, especially given its origins.
What happened with the Hunter Biden story. And so it was disappeared off Facebook. And if you posted it on Twitter, you were...
My man put like an hour-long video somewhere on his channel from like a week or two ago. An hour-long video on this stuff.
disappeared off Twitter. The New York Post account on Twitter was actually banned.
Hey, sausage roll, how's it going? Is that Russian? That looks Russian. Is that Russian or Ukrainian?
Was closed down for like a month. It was suspended based on an overtly true story where there was no one even rebutting.
Hey, I don't support the Russian government. Russia bad. Russia bad, sausage roll. Pretty pro-Ukraine up in here. Yeah, thanks. No, I translated. You're saying mean things. You're saying mean things to me. But why? I'm pretty pro-Ukraine, man. Most Canadians are pro-Ukrainian. Gotta say, we got a bunch of Ukrainians up in here.
The Biden administration, the Biden campaign, Hunter, none of them actually even denied that the story was true. They just kind of pretended.
LOL. I passed, everybody. I got a shit test. Okay, sausage roll, if you're gonna fucking shit test me, you gotta give me a follow. That's some bullshit right there.
That it was Russian disinformation.
Yeah, Putin bad. Putin bad, not Russia bad. Putin bad. You know, Russian people, some of them suck, but some of them clearly don't. So, you know, like, it's a mixed bag, like with anything.
And the entire media swiveled into place because it was very, very important that Joe Biden win the election. And you wouldn't...
That's what I'm talking about. Let's fucking go.
I want 1 month out people to be talking about how Hunter Biden was stripping prostitutes and picking up giant bags of cash based on
Slava Ukraini.
The fact that his last name was Biden. And you certainly wouldn't want anybody talking about the fact that Hunter Biden was chatting with his friends over in China about who the big guy was, and the big guy was going to have reserved capital and reserved percentage points in businesses. You wouldn't want anybody talking about that, so you just made the story go away. And so you saw establishment media personalities, one after another, come out and say that the story was just fake. It was made up by the Russians. MSNBC executive producer Kyle Griffin, who's a wild leftist, he tweeted, the Trump campaign claims Facebook is censoring journalism.
Putin is a knob, Putin is a knob, Putin is a knob. Yeah. I mean, we better call him a whole lot worse in a couple weeks. Fuck, man. He's bombing like theaters and hospitals and ugh.
Because Facebook plans to limit the spread of the New York Post report. That is not censorship. Facebook is under no obligation to allow a disputed report that appears to contain disinformation to spread on their platform. Now remember, this entire media apparatus has spent 4 years promoting the lie that Donald Trump was in fact a tool of the Russians and that the Steele dossier, which it turns out was just a bevy of garbage, was actually maybe true. We don't know. It's just...
What about the Senate Intelligence Committee, Ben? Ben, what about the Senate Intelligence Committee? You know, the one led by Republicans that found that Trump's campaign manager, Paul Manafort, was piping campaign data, highly secret information about the demographics of people who vote in elections. He was sending that to Konstantin Kilimnik, who was described as a spy for the Russian government. What about that, Ben? What about the Senate Intelligence Committee report, Ben?
We don't know, but it's newsworthy, so we have to report it. You have the managing editor of truthaurfiction.com, some of our trusted fact checkers, tweeting out, the great thing about this is that it's very easy to see who's committed to pushing known Kremlin disinformation.
Yeah, Ben. Kind of interesting to see who's pushing known Russian disinformation, everybody.
You had Ben Rhodes, former Obama official, tweeting out, the right to spread false Russian disinformation about American political leaders on social media platforms is not the hill I would choose to die on. You had Brian Stelter putting out entire stories about how this was all Russian disinformation targeting Biden. You had CNN's Wolf Blitzer tweeting out, we do know it's a very active Russian campaign, and that's according to the U.S. intelligence community. Ooh.
You know, I just realized Ben Shabibo has no other people on his show. Steven Crowder has like a whole bevy of cheerleaders. Like, that bench is deep. And Ben Shabibo, it's all him and his computer. All his unvarnished opinion just spilling out.
Jim Sciutto of CNN, he said this is most likely Russian propaganda. You'll recall that there was an entire letter in Politico from 50 former intelligence officials, which, by the way, tells you why we don't trust our intelligence apparatus anymore, because it turns out that all of the people in our intelligence apparatus, or at least a huge chunk of them, are just mental idiots. I mean, it's amazing.
That's right. The spies are the dumbest people in the country, Ben. It's really, the people living in the trailer parks are generally spies and intelligence officers because they don't know how to fucking make it in this world.
According to Politico, more than 50 former senior officials, intelligence officials, signed on to a letter outlining their...
Using the Alex Jones? Oh, yeah. Shabibo sounds better. It does sound weird to say Shapiro. I feel like if I use the word Shapiro, it's going to fuck up my algorithms too much. I don't know, man. Yeah, the Alex Jones format, just ranting into his microphone off of... Oh, fuck. That's what I'm doing.
Belief at the recent disclosure of emails allegedly belonging to Joe Biden's son has, quote, all the classic hallmarks of a Russian disinformation operation. The letter, signed on Monday, centers around a batch of documents released by the New York Post last week that purport to tie the Democratic nominee to his son Hunter's business dealings. The letter's signatories presented no new evidence, but they said their national security experience had made them, quote, deeply suspicious that the Russian government played a significant role in this case, and cited several elements of the story that suggested the Kremlin's hand at work. And on the basis of these brilliant intelligence officials who had their thumb on the pulse of the intelligence flow, they knew this was Russian disinformation, despite the fact...
Isn't it finger on the pulse? You wouldn't use your thumb because your thumb has a pulse, right? Has a pretty strong pulse, your thumb itself.
That they had no evidence it was Russian disinformation. And no less than Joe Biden came out and said over and over and over that this was all nonsense. It just was not true. So, for example, Joe Biden said there was no controversy involving Hunter. Anyone who said there was controversy involving Hunter was just crazy. Here was Slow Joe.
Questions and controversy continues today about Hunter Biden, your son's...
there is no controversy about my son. It's all a lie. It's a flat lie because the president has nothing else to run on.
Oh, it was all lies. It was flat out lies. And he didn't just say it once. He said it many, many times. Here he was, just a little bit later, saying there was no evidence that anything was wrong that Hunter had done, ever.
This is what guilty people say, everybody.
Like ever, in his entire head, nothing. Hunter Biden was clean as the driven snow that he was snorting.
Whoa.
Here was Joe Biden saying this on Axios.
Yo, you drug shaming?
So you think that everything
he started this bit by saying he's clean.
Happened was kosher.
You know there's not one single bit of evidence, not one little tiny bit to suggest anything done was wrong. You know that, but you keep asking me these questions. It's okay. You're doing what you have to do, but I'm not worried about it. Look, the American public knows me.
Yes, we do. Yerp. And suddenly you have lots and lots of houses all over the place after spending a lifetime in the Senate, earning $200,000 a year. So yeah, I mean, people have some questions.
$200,000 a year, that's what you're worried about? You don't want to make it a poor thing because then only rich people can serve who don't need money. You kind of need that kind of coin if you're going to have a residence in DC, which is required, and also like keep paying rent on your normal home where you live and have family.
And then he said, well, no one in this family will be taking overseas deals, said Joe Biden before the election. Interesting. Weird.
What guardrails would you have to be sure that your son, your brother Jimmy, doesn't do anything to trade on the family name?
This is following the Trump administration. just to put it in perspective.
I will not be engaged in any foreign business because of what's happened in this administration. No one's going to be seeking patents for things from China. No one's going to be engaged in that kind of thing.
So no foreign business for your relatives in office.
And he's not...
Yeah, he's saying that because the previous administration was so fucking deep, like balls deep in fucking China. Let's go.
Doing that because Hunter has some sort of corrupt history of, going around and just picking up grift from a bunch of foreign countries like China and Ukraine. No. He's doing it as a reaction to Trump's corruption. That's the key right here. Joe Biden said during the campaign there was no conflict of interest with Hunter's Ukraine relations. None. Sure, Joe Biden was overseeing relations with Ukraine at the time when Hunter was picking up those...
Like all these really obvious things, but we have to ask like the most obvious questions because Trump destroyed so many norms.
Giant bags of cash in Ukraine. But there is no conflict of interest, said Joe Biden. Again, all Russian disinformation, all of it.
What was your role as vice president in charge of policy in Ukraine and your son's job in Ukraine? How is that not a conflict of interest?
It's not a conflict of interest. There's been no indication of any conflict of interest from Ukraine or anywhere else. Period. I'm not gonna respond to that.
He's not even going to respond to that. Not even going to respond. Well, as Charles Cook over at National Review points out, Joe Biden is Hunter Biden's father. He must have known full well the story wasn't a bunch of garbage. He must have known full well it wasn't a Russian plant. He must have known full well Rudy Giuliani wasn't.
Oh, shit. Vladimir Putin agrees to face-to-face talks. Vladimir Putin agrees to face-to-face peace talks with Zelenskyy. Vladimir Putin has finally agreed to face-to-face peace talks with Ukrainian President Zelenskyy after more than 3 weeks of war, it has been reported. The two leaders have let their diplomatic teams conduct peace talks on the neutral ground since shortly after the start of the conflict on February 24th, but a BBC correspondent has confirmed the two will meet in person. This is according to The Express. Can you stop? Okay, BBC correspondent Liza Doucette said the Russian president is now believed to have caved to his top diplomats and accepted he will have to attend negotiations himself at some point. Ms. Doucette said, quote, the diplomats are talking, the negotiators are talking, and we understand they are making progress, and we understand President Putin has finally agreed that he will meet at some point Zelenskyy, who has been asking for a meeting since January. He hasn't said it in public, he says quite the opposite in public. But we understand there's many, many eager mediators. Everyone wants the prize of saying they brought this war to an end. She added, the Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett is very busy. The Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is very busy. They've said privately their understanding is that Putin will meet Zelenskyy when the time is right, but the time is not right now. So wait, what? So wait, he is or he isn't going to see them? This is a fucking weird article. Because the source is saying that it's like Putin's entourage that's pushing it, but it doesn't say the time is not right now. What the fuck? Okay. All right. Okay. Fake news. It's the fake news, everybody.
The only one who believed it. Hell, he knew full well Hunter Biden himself hadn't denied the account, and instead it said that the laptop absolutely could have been his. But Biden said otherwise, because he assumed that the press in Silicon Valley would back him up in the lie, which of course they did. And Joe Biden literally said this, quote, there are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. No one believes it, except his good friend Rudy Giuliani. That was Joe Biden lying, because he knew all of it was true. Now, you recall that Jen Psaki, who was working on the Biden campaign during this time, she came out at the time and called it Russian disinformation. She shared that political article on Twitter, the one that had all these former intelligence officials who are so in the know, and so we should definitely trust them, saying, quote, Hunter Biden's story is Russian disinfo, dozens of former intel officials say. That's what she tweeted out. So Jen Psaki was asked about this yesterday, given the fact that, again, the New York Times did report it. It was in paragraph 24.
Daily Express is a fascist British newspaper. Seek more sources. Yeah, it did seem like a very good source, Simon. Took like just a bit of digging to be like, this is complete bullshit. What is up with this headline? What the fuck? Yeah, all right. I'll keep an eye out next time. Daily Express does not seem legit at all.
24 of this long story about Hunter Biden's.
Yeah, I try not to get too deep into the Jen Psaki stuff. It's all like, oh God, like liberal glad hand. I don't know how to say it. Like liberal, liberals. They're liberals.
Problems with IRS scrutiny. Finally, it is admitted that this was not, in fact, Russian disinformation, that it was, in fact, real, that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden, and that he did, in fact, leave it at this Delaware repair shop. Quote, people from...
Is it me, or is this like a propaganda model that could become a problem? What's the propaganda model, Dan Dufour? Which propaganda model? What Shabibel's doing, or be more specific?
Familiar with the investigation, said prosecutors had examined emails between Biden, Mr. Archer, and others about Burisma and other foreign business activity. Those emails were obtained by the New York Times from a cache of files that appears to have come from a laptop abandoned by Mr. Biden in a Delaware repair shop. The email and others in the cache were authenticated by people familiar with them and with the investigation. Yeah, so there it is, just buried in paragraph 24. Now, normally what you would assume is that the top headline here would be, New York Times confirms laptop was not Russian disinformation. Instead, the headline from the New York Times was, Hunter Biden paid tax bill, but broad federal investigation continues. It's all unjustified. He's a good guy. He paid back the back taxes that he owed. Years later.
Here's the article. Justice Department inquiry into the business dealings of the president's son has remained active, with a grand jury seeking information about payments from around the world. Well, that's pretty spicy. In the year after he disclosed a federal investigation into his tax affairs in late 2020, Biden's son, Hunter Biden, paid off a significant tax liability, even as a grand jury continued to gather evidence in a wide-ranging examination of his international business dealings, according to people familiar with the case. Mr. Biden's failure to pay all his taxes has been a focus of the ongoing Justice Department investigation. While wiping out his liability does not preclude criminal charges against him, the payment could make it harder for prosecutors to win a conviction or a long sentence for tax-related offenses, according to tax law experts, since juries and judges tend to be more sympathetic to defendants who have paid their bills. But Mr. Biden's taxes are just one element of the broader investigation stemming from work he did around the world. These types... Oh, Shabibo and Alex Jones? Yeah. I mean... well, we watched a video earlier, Dan, about how ideas are like viruses or like germs and they spread, and anger is one of the ways that you can sort of hack people emotionally in order to better spread your message. And so you notice that Shabibo and fucking Louder with Crowder and Cucker Tarlson, like all of them, they all have like this angry edge to it. You're always supposed to be getting enraged by the end of it. Shapiro's tone and tenor in this is very like assertive and aggressive, just absolutely filled with cynicism. There sneezes. Wait, we could see YouTube comments.
After selling his art for $500,000.
This guy, yeah, I mean, the art market's fucked up, man. Yeah.
New York Times covering its butt all the time. So Jen Psaki was asked about the fact that she had said it was Russian disinformation, and she started spinning so fast that she actually dug a hole directly through the center of the Earth, discovering a renewable source of energy in the heat in the Earth's core.
Cool.
You're asked about Hunter Biden's laptop. You also, in October 2020, dismissed it as Russian disinformation. Do you stand by that assessment?
Again, I'd point you to the Department of Justice and Hunter Biden's representatives. I'm a spokesperson for the United States. He doesn't work for the United States.
That was not the question, you may have noticed. And then,
I mean, she did a good job. That was the right answer. When you're the White House press correspondent, you don't answer the questions. You answer the questions you wanted them to ask, generally. Like, you're not there to actually provide truth. You're there to provide the public with the administration's version of events. And Ben Shabibo should know that.
I'm just going to go to this. It's been fun. Isn't it fun that we are...
The laptop may contain real information along with fake information. The big question is, has he been found of any crime in a court? To date, it does not seem Hunter's been found guilty. Yeah, like, I was surprised to learn that there's a grand jury into him. So that could get spicy if they convene and decide to pass charges. But that's still a long ways away from conviction in a court. Yeah, we got to kind of reserve our judgment until we actually get somewhere. To date, there's not a lot of there. Like, it's not... Wheels of justice grind exceedingly slow. And I'm pretty sure the whole attempted overthrow of the government is a bit more hot of a topic.
Supposed to believe that all of the mechanisms of electoral integrity are on the up and up when it comes to the information that we are passed. It's always seemed to me that the argument that the 2020 election was rigged by voting fraud, for example, is overrated, that the evidence that this election was shifted by somebody stuffing the ballot box was not true. However, if you're going to say the election was rigged, it was rigged by a media that deliberately obfuscated and openly lied in order to suppress information about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, for example, that deliberately refused to ask Joe Biden any tough questions and allowed him to hide in the basement for months at a time. And then are we really surprised that this administration is a bleep show? It was never held to account.
A bleep show?
And here's the thing. What? People in the media tend to think that when they go soft on their own candidates, this is good for their candidates. In reality, all that ends up happening is that reality clocks the administration directly in the face. So instead of asking Joe Biden any tough questions about his foreign policy or his ideas or his background or his relationships or anything, they hated Trump so much that they just decided to basically lie about everything and cover everything up. And in the case of social media, basically ban true stories in order to get Joe Biden elected. And he got elected, and it turns out he's an unbelievably crappy president.
Wow, Shabibble spitting. He's spitting for real. He's speaking the true. All right, everybody. It's been fucking 5 hours of streaming. Holy shit. We did it. We did a good stream. Thanks so much for joining. It was a lot of fun. I got a poetry slam I got to prepare for this evening at the Theatre St. Catherine in Montreal. So if you're in town, come check it out. Poetry slams are beautiful and amazing. Thanks so much for the follow, Sausage Roll. I'm going to send the Twitch shadows over to Abelina Sabrina. She's a really lovely content creator, very wholesome. She doesn't stream very often, so hopefully this brightens her day. But otherwise, I'll be seeing you later. Bye, everyone. Probably Tuesday. I got 40 pages to write for my paper. It's gonna be really fucking awful. I'm not excited. But all right, let's go raid. Bye, everybody. I'll see you later. Au revoir. À la prochaine. Buenos dias. Arrivederci. Hope y'all have a lovely time. Go raid Abelina Sabrina. Go check her out and follow her, and be nice so that she thinks I'm based and cool. She's really sweet. All right, okay, we're ready now. Bye, everyone. Bye.